Well, the hardware seems alright, the bots are here, let's start the stream. So, last time we played Football Manager, yesterday, we went up against Gefle, FRC Farstar and IF Karlstad Football. We won 2 out of 3. The match against Gefle was a bit of an unlucky one, but really it was also rather deserved that we lost that one. The one against Karlstad was much closer, but we were on the lucky side. So we got that going for us. Now going forward we'll face Vasalunds. That's always a dangerous match, same as Karlstad. So I do not expect too much from this match. On the other hand, if we can get 3 points here, this makes us favorites not to get relegated, I'd say, at this point. And in the league, well, following the last result, we made it out of the relegation zone for now. There's a lot of clubs though that compete for not getting relegated at this point. As I said, if we can make the additional 3-point jump, we'll be not good, but we will be out of the worst. Let's put it that way. And I'd rather have that because I don't want to get fired. So that's that. We will also go through the cup match, probably today, and maybe through the match against Sollentuna. The cup match is against Helsingborgs IF. That's a Premier Division club. They will mop the floor with us. So it's entirely unimportant. It's only important for the money. And we get it for appearing there. So as much as I would love to go through the cup match, I don't think this is realistic. We'll still give it our best, whatever that means. And afterwards, hopefully, we can get the league done. Okay, also other interesting things. Well, we still have a transfer window open. So this episode might contain a lot of search for new players, a different player, long-term additions, and so on and so forth. I do not want to force it too much, but on the other hand, a high-quality player I would probably take in. And this is attribute-driven and personality-driven. So in combination, in that sense now. Moreira da Silva is still unhappy about the lack of a contract reflecting his ability. Thing is, we can bind him to the club for another year with no new contract, but he will remain unhappy about the lack of a new contract. In a way, this is a bit unfair, right? He's nearly Swedish at this point. Well, if he wants to. That is. But he's 27 years old. He's a reliable option on the right wing-back position. Usually, I'm not opposed to the idea to give him another contract. Same with as we did with Ytterhogdals, but it just costs us a lot of money, and there's no potential left in him. We will not get any money for him going forward, and if we do, well, most of them want him for free at this point. So if we can get someone else who's better, well, that would be better. But thing is, with that position, we have a few options, and none of them are as reliable as Da Silva. So in that sense, he would be a decent addition long term. On the other hand, he's only got a balanced personality, and we know what that means for non-region players. So not sure if we want to go there. Also, in other news, at least in Nuremberg in Germany, it's snowing. So we will have a white march, maybe, for some reason. Kulovic did improve and then subsequently immediately go down. I'm not sure what to make of it. If I look at this is not great. What is happening? Well, anyway, we will try to get him back up and give him some playing time. On the other hand, Ishak scored 2 goals the last game. And, well, talking about deserved, undeserved, lucky and unlucky, the opponent did have a few shots, so they were unlucky. Ishak, on the other hand, was a beast and ran through the entire pitch, basically, with 1 ball, all on his own, and he actually scored with his 5 points of finishing. So, we will not see another goal like this going forward. And if we do, I will be really impressed. But we will not see another goal like this. Pugia, on the other hand, had a bad performance again. Really. Didn't contribute much. Didn't create any chances. I have no idea what to do with this guy. Well, play him more. But he needs to change in personality. He needs to train more. And have better performances in training and so on. Hellström, he needs better match performances. Training performances are good. So, for him to be star player at this point is fine. And also, for that wage, that's also alright. I can live with that. That's okay. Does this rank him up in hierarchy? Not yet. He's too young. But he will go up at some point. How's his leadership, by the way? Yeah, he's got leadership 13. Also, in case we ever need it, he can also play ball winning midfielder. So that's something to consider. Yeah, and well, so we would need to sort this out, and we should probably sort the stuff with players that might make it into the team and first team members. We're really looking for somebody to improve the first team at this point. On the other hand, the time on the pitch seems to have benefited Korovic, finally. He might just settle in. So given that the technicals look decent, well, despite the finishing, I'd say, overall the rest of the sample looks decent for our level. His attacking movement improved a little bit. So, as well as the composure here. Hopefully he can be a bit better going forward. And I think form-wise, yeah, he had 2 good games. In both games he had an assist. This is what I expect of a Metsala. Not a problem. That's alright. I think the assist in the last game though was the pass within the own area for Ishak, and well, Ishak just ran with it through the entire pitch and scored. So to count that as an assist is well, it certainly wasn't a creative option to find Ishak there. It was just a short pass, if I'm not mistaken. Possession pass for the assist, I'd say. So that was funny. Similar arguments can be made for Hellberg. He doesn't develop much at his age, obviously, but it's something. I wouldn't count on it just yet to continue, but it's something. So that's alright. There's also somebody here in scouting that is recommended for some reason. Well, where the hell is TPS? In Finland, okay. In Finland. So he runs with the ball on the left and he dives into tackles. If I look at this, I'd say, yeah, sure, we could use this guy. Especially for the physicals. But we wouldn't use him as a center back, right? We would use him, obviously, as some sort of wing back, probably. And for that he's got the physicals, but the rest is a bit lacking. He's definitely worth considering though. Swedish guy in Finland. Well, okay. Let's add him to the shortlist for a year. Hopefully they don't travel to Finland to scout him, but that might happen. for now. I'll acknowledge this, and we will not buy this guy. It's much too expensive. What we were looking for here? Well, I cannot remember anymore. Apparently a defensive midfielder. Yeah, a register replacement probably. That doesn't exist. We can still look for Metsala, I think. There it is. So there's not that many Metsalas that we know of. And the ones we know of, well, this one's not that good. He's got the trait to play 1-2s, but his anticipation of the bomb, especially the anticipation, lacks. So I'm not fond of that decision. Also, long shots are decent, but finishing is really horrible. Worse than Korovic's, and that definitely is something. So if we do not go, I think it's called Annie, here to reset this. There it is, at the end of the list, obviously. Hi, and welcome to the stream. Let me know if you have any questions or recommendations or so on. I'm glad to enjoy some conversation. Where was I? Yeah, Metsala. So, for Metsala replacement, we hope to find somebody that borderline resembles the Oliver Swan. Well, no big deal. It's going, well, better than recently, I'd say. As a club, we had a bit of a bad season, and the chairman already came in and told us to improve results. So we had that talk. It went well. We had some decent results recently, and now we're trying to, well, scrape the rest of the points out of the barrel, basically, and not get relegated. So yeah, that's as exciting as it gets this season. That said, we moved out of the relegation zone. So if we win another, I don't know, 3 games, I think it's we need 13 points to avoid relegation mathematically, but this season it will probably be less. So I'd say 10 points going forward, and it will be fine. There's that. And to give you an overview, this is Ytterhogdals IK in the Swedish 3rd division. We got promoted from the 4th 3 seasons ago. The last 2 seasons we finished in 3rd spot each and every time. And yeah, okay, that's the B team of Hammarby. Yeah, I've had to do had a lot to do with them. The lineup is always interesting. Let's put it that way. Yeah, going forward, we have the problem that quite the opposite of your situation. Then with Hammarby, you don't have to worry too much about finance, I think, because really as a B team for the larger club. Yeah, so I'm German. I have no idea about Sweden. One thing I know about Sweden at this point is that Ytterhogdal is in the middle of nowhere. Apparently, it's not even fair to call it a town. I think it's a farmer's village, more or less, if I'm not mistaken. Like 250 people there, or the numbers go up to 500 depending on what you look at. So that's the circumstances. We got a stadium with 2.5K maximum capacity that is never sold out, like never ever. And if a cup match against a Premier Division or First Division club comes around, we get more money than we have. Well, we get more money than we have at any point. Also, there's this thing with the English players. I'm not sure if you're aware, well, given that you're Swedish. Ytterhogdals IK is a club that signs English youth players because, well, with 250 inhabitants, it's not like there's enough football players being born in Ytterhogdal, right? So they basically poached the leftovers from the English leagues. And that might work well in real life, but in Football Manager this means a lot of trials. Like you get in the players from England, hope that there's something in there that does work, because it's part of the club vision. And at this point, we can be very happy that we have 1 or 2 players that were actually willing to sign for us, because the majority of them wants money that is just outlandish, like 600 euros a week. For us, that's probably the entire wage budget. And same goes for staff. So I've been telling this story over and over again, but this makes it... I always put it as Football Manager hard mode, but it's not for the hard mode per se. I stumbled into this. Now I really like this save, but I always start unemployed, and I really stumbled into this situation. But I will not give it up. There's some of the feedback is something like, well, you should do this or that because it's easier, or you should not look at well, nobody came in here and said don't look at club finance, but I will look at club finance. Overall, I will not abandon the club after I ruined it financially. This is not how it works, at least not for me. So yeah. Yeah. That should definitely have priority in that situation. Definitely. Also, in any other situation. At least that's what's with me. Okay, so where do we need to strengthen the squad? Well, register position could do with a strengthening, but we have no options there. At least not on the transfer market. Or there is no options that we know of. Let's put it that way. I don't think our scouts will find anything anytime soon. I'm also with one of the scouts here. If this guy doesn't provide at some point, I really don't know what to do. That's not Nieberg. Nieberg is the old scout, right? Nieberg is the old scout. So I have no idea why Magnussen doesn't... He doesn't even scout in the scouting range, and I think this is a bug, because he doesn't have any scouting knowledge. Don't care about the analyst. So I want him to score... Yeah, to scout anyone in the league, but we cannot even scout on the continent. And I have no idea why. And I don't care about the minimum current ability. Let's say we do it like this. Like this. Doesn't matter, I just want to have some reports coming in for him to travel somewhere. Now he's got a all assignment, and we will see what this does. So, yeah. Welcome back. I just mentioned you should definitely prioritize your girlfriend and the towel every single time. Like, that's my honest opinion. So, well done in that regard. Yeah, anyway, we also have a problem with scouting. We cannot afford scouting, basically. It's too expensive. And yes, friendlies will lose us money. This is great. So even if, well, we cannot travel to them because it's too expensive, and if they come in with us, nobody will show up in the stadium. So in the end, we will also lose money on, I don't know, the bratwurst and stuff we buy for the stadium. Yeah, that would be the day, right? Let's do that, yes. So they do not want to improve youth recruitment, because for a club our size, this is good enough. This is our chairman. He's very unambitious, but on the same time, he buckles on the pressure immediately once we do not get the results. So yeah, great. It's a bit dark today though. Let me just put a light on. That didn't make it much better, but at least a little bit. Okay. So, well, I'm happy to introduce you to the squad, Vasalunds IF, if that's how it's pronounced. But that would take some time, and I could talk for another hour about this. So, yeah. Not sure if this is a good idea. Let me know if you're interested in anyone. Mala is shorter, yeah. Mala's cool. So, glad to have you, Mala. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, anyway, about the squad, we can probably go through the positions because this is the end of the transfer window anyway. So we should identify any weak spots. And we have a lot of those, but we're unable to cope with, well, on a transfer basis, we will be unable to cope with most of them. The goalkeeper position is not one of the weak spots, though. Now, from a business standpoint, this is a weak spot because we will not be able to sell Zetterberg on anytime soon. He's counts as a backup member, and well, he plays the first team really. Overall, this is a decent sample of stats for a goalkeeper. Sure, mentals could be a bit better, and the command of area is a bit lacking, but overall, I'm happy with this. This is decent. August Tillander was with the club, if I'm not mistaken. August Tillander should be one of the old ones. I'm not sure. Well, he was released by Göteborg, right? So obviously he's a good player. I think I'm not entirely sure if I brought him in or if he was already at the club. But he's been with Ytterhogdals IK in this save for 4 seasons now, and he's been a reliable goal scorer. He's a former striker at this point. Yeah, so you know this guy. I have no idea who this is. Well, I know him from Football Manager, right? The faceless. I should probably Google this at this point. To me, this is all highly fictional. Yeah, okay. So now I have a face for him. Also, he's got really bad taste in with respect to hair, or he had that. But on the other hand, who am I to judge at this point? I'm one of those guys that doesn't. I cut my hair myself, so it's whatever. Anyway, yeah, he's a former striker, a rather pacey guy, and given that we play with a target man / deep lying forward / I don't know, a false 9 basically, in a broader sense. In real life or in Football Manager. Okay, so congratulations. I don't know why this is good news, but I'm not, I'm not up to. Well, I don't even follow the German leagues at this point because well, I do, but I don't follow the results much. Yeah. Okay. We've had similar experiences in Stuttgart. Okay. Well, sometimes you're a good person but not the right person for the job. I guess that happens. I cannot judge this manager though. Anyway, with August Tillander, he's 24 at this point. And he's grown to be an influential player in the squad. And really he's first team for us. But we taught him, given that he's left-footed, we taught him to play on the right wing. From scratch basically. And he does really well in that role. The only thing that lacking for him at this point is the anticipation. That's why he is on support duty. But as you can see in the stats here, he scores the odd goal. Okay. Well, I have my my gripes with possession-based football anyway. Um, we are forced to play possession-based football at this club. No longer by the chairman, but still by the fans. They want us to play possession-based football. I personally, I'm more of an attacking guy, but well, attacking football or really, I can deal with long balls. I'm fine with that. Let's put it that way. I'm not that dogmatic about things. Whatever works. And I realized that possession-based football can be some sort of a defensive setup too. But if you concede 4 goals, it certainly didn't work out well. So they didn't retain possession as well as they wanted to. Yeah, winning on possession isn't everything. Anyway, August Tillander is definitely one on the right wing these days, and I don't think we need a replacement here. He might be somewhat suspicious to injury though. Yeah. That's a problem. But we've got a backup here. That's okay-ish. I don't think we need to do much in this position. Really. He's alright. We can live with him. And I also want to highlight his development at this point. Players released from Premier Division clubs are great. Overall. Where is it? As an inverted winger, this is his improvement. Now he obviously, I wouldn't call this stagnation just yet, but he's at the end of what he can do with our club. Let's put it that way. On the other hand, this is just fine for us, and mentals might improve a little bit. Well, Mikael Standre, sure, I can do. He's with Göteborg. Apparently he's an ambitious manager and, well, with Göteborg, yeah. Well, that's not too bad, in Football Manager at least. Second spot in 2022, seventh in 2023, second in 2024, and in 2025 he finished fourth. So I wouldn't call that a bad performance, but I am not aware of, let's say, the expected level of performance with, yeah, the expected level of performance for Göteborg. Really, I have no idea. At this point, I learned that AIK is probably one of the bigger clubs, but well, most of the contact with bigger clubs in Sweden was either through the cup, which we didn't play in the first season anyway, because we only got promoted recently, and well, through player sales. Through player sales, this goes down to, there he is. We sold players for a decent amount of money. Simon Törngren we sold on for Trollhättan, Holmström for Karlssons, and Oliver Swan for Huddinge. But Huddinge is a small club, at least, yeah, one league below at this point. And Karlssons pay Ishak Al Holmström an outlandish wage. So, yeah. But they are first division elite, so that's second league, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, yeah, I knew about Malmö. So there's another watcher, that's from Sweden. I always confuse the two, but I think it's Kumquat. That's from Sweden. Or is it Mika Billion? Anyway, I always confuse the two for some reason, and they really don't deserve that. No, both are great. But yeah. So I get some input with Swedish customs and whatever the league. Also, I try to cut the jokes about elks and mooses on the pitch and so on. But really, with that kind of provincial club.
Thanks for the follow.
Thank you very much. With that kind of provincial club, you're always prone to do something like that. And given that you're from Sweden, I might also introduce you to the YouTube channel at this point. So every single one of these streams goes straight up to YouTube. No cutting, no other work. I just do a thumbnail. Now, I dropped a mail to Ytterhogdals IK and asked if I could use their Facebook picture as a thumbnail picture, but I'm not one to commit copyright infringement at the start of a streaming career. So I asked and I never got a reply, so I cannot do that. The only picture with some snow on the pitch that would symbolize safe in let's say well, in this case Ytterhogdal, but in Sweden or maybe Scandinavia, was from Norway. So now the thumbnail is a stadium from Norway, a drone picture with a lot of snow around and a football pitch, and that's probably the biggest insult I could find. But really, it has been accidental. There's I like the pun these days, but yeah, somebody told me, well, this is rather insulting at this point. So yeah, there's that. But really, I would love to use the real picture. They have a wonderful Facebook banner picture of Vasalunds, I think is the name of the stadium. So I would love to use this because it symbolizes what we do here much better. But at this point, well, it's a stadium in Norway. I don't even know which one. Yeah, that's anecdotal. Okay, so we face Vasalunds. Oh, I wanted to look into transfers though, but let's have a look at Vasalunds. So they play a balanced style and well, tiki-taka again. Great. Yeah, they are a dangerous opponent who will make life very hard for us. Well ahead of us in the league and in better form. No surprises there. With that kind of formation, I expect us to score on the overlap though, if we do at all, or to create on the overlap. Bergqvist is a decent defender. He's got his strengths going forward though, so overlapping on the right side is in a similar fashion dangerous for them and for us. And we know about the rest of the squad. We face them often enough. By the way, I have a major gripe with this club. In the first league, in the first season, we were... no, it was in the second, I think. In the second season, we had... oh, I might confuse him. I would need to rewatch the streams. Anyway, in one of the seasons, we had a situation where we were really unlikely to go up. And in the last game, the direct opponent for the league spot was Dalkurd. So Dalkurd needed to lose, and we needed to win. And then we would have gone to the second spot and to the playoffs through goal difference. In any of these situations. The last game was against Vasalunds. And it was a dead rubber to them, and they were in really bad form at this point, I think. And we basically demolished the entire league up to this point. To come back to this spot at all. And we faced Vasalunds at home, and they beat us 3-1. And Dalkurd lost, so we would have a chance to go up. Would have had a chance to go up, if not for losing against Vasalunds. So they've been our boogeyman ever since. That's it. That's really a dangerous club to face for us. And usually we lose this one, for some reason. So, yeah. Obviously also financials. So, this striker, he's pacey. We faced that a lot. He's got a good finish. He runs through the ball with the ball through center. Yeah, basically advanced forward / poacher, not a thing. Him we will need to show to the outside. This is a no-brainer. He's a decent addition to his squad. He's rather pacey, but his crossing lacks a little bit. So hopefully showing him to the outside might, well, deflect some of the damage he can do. Solberg is a new addition. He's a regen, I think. And given his sample of attributes, he's got a bad finish. He's more of a playmaker type, but a rather fast one. Always dangerous to face a fast player, but otherwise I'm not too concerned. He's the one to give the assist, and with that off-the-ball movement, maybe we can man-mark him out of the game. Now, who would do that in our formation? Probably the Regista. So this is... Our Registas are not exactly defensive specialists. And Wikström, same here, inverted winger. This is basically a mirror match. We play with a similar setup, but they have the much pacier guys. On the other hand, same here, the crossing isn't that great. So that tells us that we can show them to the outside, and with the other two, at least the assist giver, or the potential assist giver could be man-marked. What about the midfielders and the defenders? Let's look through these. So these are two defensive midfielders apparently in the setup. Not that decent passing, so we can just press him, close him down. There's no use in man-marking this guy. He's too strong. He's got too good jumping reach. We'd rather put a pressure on him to force some bad passes. And then here's Bergren. That's the other way around. With him, the off-the-ball movement might be decent for our level, but we might be able to outmuscle him at some point. So Bergren in this setup is the pass giver, and he's got the vision. Flair's lacking though. He's more of a routine passing machine, I'd say. I also want to look into this guy's flair. Yeah, he's got a lot of flair. So there's the problem. But overall, I feel man-marking, triggering the press, man-marking, probably triggering the press, triggering the press, triggering the press, and showing to the weak foot. And then we're left with Boudin, who's always dangerous through a cross, and the same on the other side with Bergqvist, but we cannot put the pressure on everything. So some risks will need to be taken. And here there's the defense. This defender looks really great, marking 15. That's wow. Yeah, but he doesn't have a lot of stamina, so maybe we can outlast him. Same with this guy. There's just not a lot of weaknesses. But overall, we know what we're up for. Now, we got a week of training coming first and foremost, and with the transfer window, I'm not too sure what to do about it. We had a look into some players, we made some offers, we tried to get back players that we sold for very expensive money, didn't work out. So, I'm not sure if we want to sign somebody else at this point. If somebody became available and we knew about it, yes, but we don't know about anyone. And the players we know about are concerned with our performance in the league. For example, Jorge. I really want to bring in that guy, and same with the other winger that we found last time. But these guys are too expensive and they don't want to play for us. So... I don't know. I'm always open for a deal, but I don't think we'll have another transfer here. And I really was excited about doing transfer stuff, but I don't feel like maybe this is down to the last result. I don't feel like we need it. We might make it to survival anyway, and it's not like the place in the league is of any concern to us going forward. We need to finish that season basically above the relegation spots. That's it. I don't care about the rest of the performance. I really don't. The place in the league is entirely meaningless afterwards. Well, if it's not playoff spots, and we will not find us there this season, for sure. So, probably in midfield. If I would need to strengthen anyway. But, I don't know of anyone. that would strengthen us in midfield. And if I do, don't think so. We cannot afford most of the players. There's one technical player available to us that would be willing to sign for us, I think. Whilst the FC Bayern throw money around. But I think that was a 29-year-old or something, and overall he didn't look much better than Melander, or a tiny bit, but it's not worth the money, basically. So yeah, we didn't sign him so far. So Mala, how have you been doing with Hammarby? And are you aware that you cannot go up with that club? Okay, okay. Well, so good luck to you. Have fun. Okay. Yeah, that sounds fun. These saves that are not that bound to a club are usually very interesting. So I always end up with one club for an extended amount of time, but it's not like I'm opposed to managing somewhere else at some point. But I would not. How do I put this? I'm not that interested in moving to a bigger club for the bigger club's sake, or for the better finances sake, or I don't know. I'm the opposite. I enjoy a challenge. So if it's a club that gives me time to develop stuff, I really like that, and that's most of the fun, to me at least. So Marcus Gustafsson, well, what about him? He's got final third weakness. Really, he's got weakness everywhere. Well, that's not fair. He's moderately pacey, to a degree at least, and his technique is up to the standard that we need in the league. So, yeah. Whatever suits you, really. It's totally fine. It's a game after all, so you should have fun with it, and everybody has their fun in a different way. I'm not opposed to the idea. I did similar stuff in previous installments, so yeah, why not? This is always a topic too with lower leagues against Premier League or something like that. Really, if you have fun managing Premier League, do it. If you have fun managing Bundesliga, do it. If you have fun managing, I don't know, Premier Division in Sweden, do it. Why not? Sure. It's not so much for me, but that doesn't tell you much. It makes sense. So Robin Wickberg doesn't improve much. I didn't expect him to be perfectly honest. And well, I don't care too much. The jump reach and strength are. He's not that physical for a central defender. Not that strong. But overall, he's a decent choice, and given the alternatives on the market, I'd rather stick with him. Apparently, pace, acceleration and pace is no longer a weakness of Per Bolte Goldblom. Well, I disagree. But if they say so, we can probably train him in something in the mental areas more. He's old enough that he will not improve by much anyway, especially with the amount of with the amount of playing time he gets at this point. So for him though, the only other thing we can teach him is heading. So let's go with some decent bravery and heading training, and I think we refrained from using no nonsense fullbacks, center backs at this point. So let's change that. Same for Boulder Goldblum, by the way. Nah, but he's already a central defender, yes. We could use final third training for him, by the way. That's probably better. He lacks the composure. And some composure with goes well with jumping reach and heading here. So not in defense, but going forward. That's part of his jobs. So Jonathan Liljedahl should play 1-2s because he reads the game well. I'm not sure if I want to include that in his game. I'd rather retain the flexibility, I think. But it might be an idea. That said, I think he doesn't even cut inside just yet. So yeah, he moves into channels. That's it. But he doesn't cut inside. He's on an attack duty for us most of the time. He definitely's got the mentals for it. Decision making is a bit lacking though. And in that sense, also acceleration and pace, really. He's too slow. And I don't think he will develop into much at this point. It looks like he's at the end of his potential. So he plays as an inverted winger on support duty for us. But you can see that there is not much improvement to be had. And I'm aware that he was injured somewhere around here, not sure why. Or when. It was 4 to 5 months. But he played throughout the entire season for us, and there's no development to be found. I like him for the personality, and the overall sample of attributes is decent. But for an important player for us, he didn't make the performance that we expect of him so far. And neither did he develop that much. So that might be one that we are forced to sell on at some point. Let's put it that way. Simon Larson, we should stop the position training because he needs match experience. I do not care. He will train in that position because this is where he will play if he plays for the club at all. So I will not remove that. And same goes for Valu. He can train as a wingback in this position all day. It's okay. If he wants to make it in our squad, he needs to go there. Me personally, well, this is what I call work these days. I don't get paid for it, but this is what keeps my rhythm. So in that sense, yes. But going forward, I am not sure how it will turn out. Starting April, I will have a day job, and well, I will be back in the office, but I don't know yet how it works there. I realized that I will have some time to work from home, but it will depend on circumstances. So I hope that answers the question. I'm not sure just yet, but starting in April, I will probably stream less and more to the evenings. And definitely not during work, of course, right? This no employer would keep a streamer, so I will definitely adhere to working requirements and all that stuff. So if you thought I stream while working, it's not what I do. I'm unemployed right now. Yeah, I live in Germany, Nuremberg to be more precise. So that's people here would say it's in Franconia, but to you it's probably in Bavaria if you're from Norway or Sweden. So yeah, it's southern Germany, and we have snow outside right now for some reason in March. But hey, climate change isn't real. Anyway, yeah. I will not add Hellstrom to the perfectionist group That mentoring group is really used for personality changes only, and he stays back at all times and avoids using his weaker foot. This is fine for him, but I don't want it included in the mentoring group. Especially not with the other two players here. Anton Berg, he's a goalkeeper, he would not get these traits, and he would be fine with it, but Ngongo needs to go forward. So staying back at all time is a horrible trait choice for him. And hopefully these two can change their personalities a bit. I'm also, by the way, I'm also happy to answer personal questions in case this is something you're interested in, like in a more just chatting manner. I don't have the attributes for a just chatting channel though, so yeah. The trials for what? Like, I don't get it. Oh, yeah, well, okay. This is, well, this one came low. So, yeah. That's been a while, though. And probably not the first thing that anybody in Nuremberg wants to be remembered by. But yeah, sure, that happened here. That's true. I was not born here, though. I moved here recently from Würzburg, and I was born in Stuttgart. So, yeah, I'm... yeah, I got it. Nuremberg is it's a decent environment to live, I think. It's paired with another city called Fürth, and there are two football clubs of a similar size, I'd say. Fürth is a bit smaller. Yeah, Stuttgart is nice. It really is. I like the city a lot. But yeah, it's been a long time since I lived there. Ooh, somebody offers for Puget. So things get interesting after all. Forget everything else. But anyway, to finish that, Nürnberg and Fürth are on a similar level in footballing terms. The fans of both sides will probably bash me at this point. Yeah, Stuttgart does. But I've been going into detail about this for a lot of times, and they sign Jorge. Okay, but I wanted to have this guy in the club. But Stuttgart and management, that's a story. Thank you very much. Have a nice day, and welcome back. Come back anytime, right? I'd be really happy to hear more stories about your safe and also about if your girlfriend is happy with your towel-bringing qualities. Anyway, Jonathan Jürge, I really wanted to sign this guy because he's cheap and he's got a really good skill set. But they paid 2.9k for him and signed him on a really low-grade wage again. And this is with Pythia. Pythia is yet another club in the 4th league in Sweden. So, yes, but mostly off stream. So I started streaming like 4 weeks ago. That's you can see my entire streaming history on YouTube at this point, and it's really horrible, most of it. So there's no music here, no
Thanks
fancy flashy stuff, but we can chat all day. So yeah, that's the reality of it so far. But I've played Football Manager for a while, yes. So I would say I have some experience with it, but it doesn't make me a tactical genius or somebody who's always right. And in a lot of situations, there's different ways to go about things. So I enjoy the feedback of other players. Other, players of Football Manager. So we will not be able to sign Jorge at this point. And that ties in just nicely with... Petrini, I don't care about Petrini, so they loaned him. Okay, we will not have him. That's great. Let's remove him from the short list. Well, through the different installments in Football Manager, I've managed a lot of clubs. I would say most of them in the lower leagues in England. So I'm painfully aware of most of the circumstances of lower league clubs in like really lower league, like 7th, 8th league in England. And I know some of these. Last installment of Football Manager for me was Football Manager 2021 because, well, I skipped 2022 for financial reasons. It was not worth it and I enjoyed my save. So, but I was with Bexhill most of that save. There were saves with clubs throughout Europe, I'd say. I've managed in Bulgaria for some time. I don't know. I never really did in Germany because it's just not that interesting to me, I guess. The database goes down to 3rd league and I enjoy starting at the bottom and or unemployed. So in that sense, I usually go with a no-brainer, nobody, I don't know, some of homeless guy who doesn't know anything about football management as a manager, and just take the first job that I can get, or the first one that looks interesting. And really, if they got a black kid, that's good with me. So yeah, that's about it. This season I'm doing Ytterhogdals, and I've been with Ytterhogdals IK for the entire time. And I really I have a fear. The hobo manager. And so in that sense, if we get fired, I will probably move on to another club and try to find another club as the hobo manager with some experience. But it's not the focus for me to get into a big club or into a certain country or something. I don't choose these things prior to managing, and I just go there if the situation arrives. So in that sense, I'm not affiliated to Ytterhogdals IK in any way. But I've grown rather fond of it because, well, you feel right at home after watching their games for, I think it's the 4th season now. So, yeah, there's that. Well, anyway, Petrini is gone. I don't care. Jorg is gone. I do care. I will make an offer for this guy next time we have a chance. Once more. So, there's that. I have this save is really slow. I have loaded most of it. I think we might be over the maximum limit here, which works out just fine. It's just it takes a while. And this club is semi-pro, as is the majority of the league, but the ones that come down usually are professional from 2nd league. This is a laughing stock, really. The last offer we got for Puget was for 16k, and now they offer a few euros for him. That's an 18-year-old on a decent contract till 2027, and they will not have him. Not for this amount of money, and definitely not in this situation. And if he wants to move to Karlsund, he can certainly try that, but I will need serious money for him. And they will not do that. Definitely not. So let's go with something outlandish. Because they paid a similar sum for Iron Alholstrom. So with that amount of money, they can go beep themselves. And that's it. Yeah, he's French. His second nationality is French. So that's why I pronounce it that way. Otherwise I would have no idea, because I'm not fluent in... Well, I do not know any words in Norwegian, and in Swedish the only word I can remember right now is Metkoma. So, great. That's highly specific knowledge you get from streaming. But anyway, yeah. I was taught the name of a goalkeeper at some point, but really my French is it exists at least, right? Je parle un petit peu du français, but otherwise pronunciations might be well off throughout the entire stream. And also it's really funny. So I do different pronunciations and voices for pen and paper role playing from time to time. You might see there's Dungeons and Dragons stuff back there. So I'm kind of used to it, but to pronounce Swedish words in English, which is a foreign language for me, is sometimes might be a bit a bumpy ride. Let's put it that way, because I realize how to pronounce it in German, and it comes quite natural to me to do it in English too at this point, but that might still be off because it's still a foreign language, right? So that's part of the overall thing here. This is another Ishak, probably the better one. Yeah. Okay. So not much went on here. He's 17 now. Do we want to sign him on a permanent basis? Well, he certainly learned to not be that controversial going forward, but I'd rather have him develop his personality first. And really, the media handling style is still concerning. Overall, we know that he has bad attributes. Yeah, I got that. One of the longtime watchers taught me that we've got a similar heritage as language-wise. So in that sense, it's quite natural to pronounce them just in German. I mean, Sederberg. This is so in German it would be Sederberg, right? Which is a bit different. But I guess Sederberg or Sederberg is probably close enough to how it's pronounced in reality. I don't know which one of the two it is, but given that the stream is English, I'm going with a bit of Anglification, I guess, to fit in. Or for example, Moreira da Silva is Portuguese, so I realized that I don't speak Portuguese and neither do I speak Spanish. But I realized that this is something along the lines of Sandro Moreira da Silva. Moreira da Silva. So the R is not a R, it is probably Moreira da Silva. Or da Silva or whatever, something like this. But it won't matter much on stream, I think. And to get it right, throughout commentating or something, switching through different pronunciation schemes on the fly is really hard. Like you will butcher that name time and time again. So, but it's quite fun to do different pronunciations in different languages or different foreign accents in different languages. For example, to have a French accent in English is really hard for me. there's limits to this. Or I don't know, to fake a Russian accent in German. For some reason, I always end up with something that sounds more Italian, the other way around. So that doesn't go well. And that assignment found us nothing so far. Yeah, we encountered a player recently. I think his name was Milks Michel or something. Melke Michel, I think it was Melke Michel. So translated to German, taking the words immediately, that would mean this is the Michael that milks something, probably a cow. I don't know. And I don't know if it has similar meaning in Swedish, but I felt how do I put this? I wouldn't say I felt right at home, because that's not a common name in Germany at all. But you recognize some parts of words, some fragments, syllables. And yeah, in that sense, it's at home. This all goes to YouTube, so be careful with that humor. You will be remembered for this forever. Luckily, you don't have to worry about demonetization, because none of it is monetized. So yeah, we can have that fun. I don't care too much about these at this point. Could have fudged better than Warwick. Well, okay. And I tend to agree with Ostrom at this point, but he's part of the mentoring group. Nobody wants him for loan. That's sad. So you can't know this, but this is a former model citizen. He changed his personality by a notch, and now he's lighthearted. But he's a former model citizen, so he must have decent personality overall. He might have lost a point in professionalism or something. I don't know. Maybe ambition. Doesn't matter much. And his training he trains like a beast, but he's really reminds me of Mateo Klimowicz in Stuttgart. Reportedly best training ever, but he just doesn't bring it to the pitch for some reason. But in reality, in real life, it's even worse to judge. So I have no idea. Anyway, we face Vasalunds. Transfer window is closed. So is it? I would need to look this up. Let me look this up. So I think this is down to the pressure, right? Something like this. There's the player personalities article. Let me have a look. Lighthearted is no better than very good determination. Yeah, he's got that. Let's look into this. So we know he's a former model citizen. Where is he? Yeah. So model citizen means he's better than average in everything. He is no better than very good determination, at least good pressure, no better than very good professionalism, at least good sportsmanship, and at least average temperament. So either he lost a point in temperament or he lost a point in pressure. That's it. I'm not too concerned. And consistency is really bad, probably. So, yeah. But, yeah. But in that sense, this is a very good personality to sign. Usually I don't scout for these. You are right. I didn't realize that. Well, it does. It does in that sense that well, if you managed in Sweden, you're probably painfully aware of this. Especially in the lower leagues, everybody's balanced. Like there's no good personalities to be had, and no bad either, because Sports Interactive doesn't want to get sued from existing players calling them mercenaries, so they label them balanced. And or maybe it's not about that, but this is how it works throughout the game. Everybody's balanced or has a positive personality until the first new gens come on. In that sense, balance is the worst personality of them all, because you've got the entire trash in it and you don't know anything about it. Even Bolatelli is probably balanced or has a positive personality. I don't remember a bad guy right now. Armin Younes we talked about recently, who definitely fits the mercenary description and the description of somebody that is in the press all the time without ever getting to a real career. So there is this type of player, and they don't have negative personalities in Football Manager, because, well, you cannot insult real players. But lighthearted is a positive one. And Lighthearted is one of these that I don't look out for. That would improve the personality of the squad overall. Yes, this doesn't bring a great amount of personality with it, but it's a decent amount. So Lighthearted might be an interesting idea. Now, we don't know about many players anyway, because we don't have much scouting. But, where is it? Personality, here it is. There's no professional players we know of, but Lighthearted is one of the ones I don't look out for. Yeah, doesn't matter though. So we know two Lighthearted players, and well, one is Rafael Varane. That's highly realistic. That will happen. And then there's Franz Luxemburg. Okay, he's a striker and he doesn't fit our model, I'd say. This is more of a winger for us, an inverted winger to be more precise. Yeah. He will go out of contract though, and there's some other interested parties in signing him at the end of the contract. So this is ironic, but let's offer him a trial. We'll face his club going forward anyway, but he will not be interested in signing for us. Also, given that I've already been there, let's just do that right now. We can have the usual look for players that might be interested to sign for us that have good personalities. Skill level be damned. Is there a born leader? No. Yeah, so I feel this is scummy. Yes, we've had a package, but overall I realized that the scouting package doesn't bring much to the table, and it gives us more players. But the problem with this is specific to Ytterhogdals IK. The problem with this package is it gives us knowledge for a lot of players, but they just don't want to move to Ytterhogdal. That's it. No debate. We only get the trash anyway, and they come in for trial. So we might as well offer trials, and this saves us. I think the scouting package is 500 euros a week, or something like this. Let me look. No, it's a month, right? But still, where is it? There it is. It's 350 per month. So that's 4.2k per year. And for a club with a budget of 40k, this is a lot of money. Like, I'd rather invest this in the squad or keep it on the side, because there's a longer story going on with the lack of improvement in training facilities. And well, let me put it that way, a lot of the controversy in the squad could have been avoided if we could improve training facilities. Yeah, we cannot afford the players, most of them, or we cannot. Even if we can afford the contracts, they usually phrase it this way: I have absolutely no interest to have to do anything with your club, something like this. I wasn't even aware that this feedback exists. So it's the same feedback for most of the players we are interested in, and I don't know, Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Well, he's a manager now, but anyway, this will not happen for most of them. So in that sense, the scouting knowledge is entirely useless. Also, scouts are really damn expensive for us, and this is not down to the packet. This is due to the fact that they go all throughout Sweden, and they've got a long distance to cover, to go everywhere. So in that sense, we buried scouting because it cost us like 15k per season. Not due to the package only, due to the travel costs. And I really hated this. So I buried scouting entirely. With another club I would go with scouting immediately. Yes. This is where the best part of the intake comes from. This, and we try to go for English players because it's in the in the club mentality. He doesn't look that good, but he's on an amateur contract, 29 though. And we have some I'd say borderline scouting knowledge in Norway, and also in other European nations. So we got that. Fairly determined is not a great personality, as much as I'm concerned, but or as far as I'm concerned. This is a decent sample of traits though, but he's too old and not good enough. And then there's Will Richards. He might... he's 34 now. So for another personality, I would probably sign this guy. Not at all, no. This is very simple. I would draft to... So Dobrak. This is a sample of an example of somebody we got in for loan. Well, I cannot. Was it this guy? That's it. So this is Rino Dobrak. He was with the club on loan for free, but he was on 300 euros per week back then, I think. He's on 100 now. Yeah, he was with us. He had decent performances overall. I'm happy with that loan, but that was an edge case. Usually they don't come for loan because they rather stay with their clubs. They do not want to come to Ytterhogdal. That's it. Not a debate. It's not about the money. It's not about the playing time. They do not want to come in. This club has a hard time recruiting players that think they can still make it somewhere else. Maybe that's a bit over dramatic, but that's how it feels. So in that sense, I don't rely on loan players that much, but it's not that I'm opposed to loan players. I'm also begging for a senior affiliate for like 4 seasons now. It will not happen. This is interesting to me. This is very interesting to me. So I think he was with our club for a very short time, until they signed him immediately. He's on a non-contract with them. He's fairly pro. If he ever develops into something, that might be an idea, just for the personality. Also either-footed. But overall, his attributes look weak, sadly. And this guy I have no idea about. He's 28 years old and fairly pro, and as a central defender probably wouldn't make it with us. Yes. Yes. Everything is poor. Poor is the lowest level in Football Manager, I think. So, in reality it looks a bit better. As far as I'm aware, in reality the club is financed by the farmers of Ytterhogdal. So I don't want to be condescending. It's just everything I know about it is out of the press. So it might not be that precise, but apparently the real story goes down like this. The farmers want a real football club in Ytterhogdal, and they are willing to finance it. So financial contributions to the club come from the farmers' budget, and that's it. And the foreign players from England, well, they are basically paid on the back of the local farmers. And if you don't make it in English lower league football and come to Ytterhogdal, well, you have a chance to get back into professional football. That's how it goes down, I think. But as somebody put it aptly, with that amount of people in Ytterhogdal, it's probably more of a repopulation effort than of a footballing effort. So yeah, that argument holds some value probably. But this is for young guys without a family, right? This is their last hope to make it in professional football, to a degree at least. So yeah, that's why they come here at all. Anyway, for him, I don't think he will be a good fit for the squad, just due to the lack of potential at this point. Fairly sporting, I don't care about. Fickle is a decent personality, even if it's a negative. Jovial, don't care. No model citizens, no model professionals, no perfectionists, no pros. Nobody resolute. Yeah, at least nobody willing to sign for us. And with ambition, really, it's not worthwhile anyway for us. Okay. So, even long term, no signings on the horizon. We will make some at some point, but probably the next best signing I can think of is Jorge at this point, and he just moved to PTA. With the training facilities, that we had a lot of controversy with that stuff, and within the squad. So they rejected the offer anyway. Frederick Allman, who are you? He's the fickle guy in the youth team, so he might have a decent ambition. He's hard to deal with though. And where's the media handling on the information? Well, he's media friendly. That's not too bad. So his controversy isn't that high, probably. But overall, he improved a little bit. As you can see, the attribute sample doesn't scream I'm worthless for this level. But he's not that great. Staff-wise, we cannot afford any one of these anyway. And then there's the press conference. Let's go through this. Can we? Yeah, okay, because we need. If we win, we will not go down. Wow. I think we're far from safe, and we should definitely put the best on the pitch. I don't care. So they're in 16th position, but given the constitution of the league, or how it's set up right now, everybody has a chance to stay up at this point. I don't care about his poor form. This is one of the examples. Hugo Verling. We signed this guy on a €6 per week contract. We gave him an adhesion contract at maximum runtime. He's 21. He's a box-to-box midfielder more or less, or something along the lines. Well, maybe not a box-to-box, but he's a midfielder. He didn't fit in our squad. He would be decent enough to play for us, but he's a balanced personality. I was hoping to make some money on him. That's it. And now he's out on loan, and if he doesn't perform out on loan, well, that's too bad for his career, because we didn't pay his wages at any point. It might have cost us €6 so far, so I don't care. Let him develop. If he makes any money, that's good. If he develops into a useful player, that's good too. If he doesn't, don't care. Doesn't matter to us. So in that sense, I'm not concerned. How are things between me and the chairperson? I will not criticize the chairman. I couldn't care less about the style of football that's been played. And we are always worried. $35-point target. Very much within reach. Well, no. So, no complacency here. His reportedly impressive training performances. Emmett Guillermo is one for the left wing. And this is not impressive, this is rubbish. Guillermo didn't perform so good enough. That's one of the guys that considered himself an important player, but he really wasn't. And we had a lot of alternatives on the left wing, There's other players that are actually important. Like, really. Okay. Screw this. I will try to give him a new contract. For how long though? He's bound till the end of 2026, so we would get rid of him at the end of the season. I think he's a decent performer though. 7.03 is not a bad performance overall in the league. Both actually. It's both. I'm new to streaming. I'm not new to being in front of a camera or to talking on the internet and that stuff. Just because it's part of my job, or it was part of my job. I'm a computer scientist by trade, and I've played computer games for like 20 years. So I'm very familiar with most of what's going on in the gaming scene. Not so much with the newer trends, but I still remember the times of Total Biscuit very fondly. Let's put it that way. I played World of Warcraft. I don't know. I've never been a StarCraft player to that degree, but I've got a long history in gaming. And also in computer science overall. I was always a nerd in that sense. So that certainly fits. And with communication stuff, in my job, I did a lot of I do a lot of teamwork related things. So this might not be that intuitive to somebody not working as a programmer or something like this, but a lot of it is communication and organization. And in that sense, I'm very used to being in front of a computer and in front of a camera. So in that sense, it's quite natural to me. On the other hand, with the streaming, I really started it randomly. This is due to us moving in a new apartment in Nuremberg. So I moved in with my girlfriend. I'm very happy to have taken that decision. And I moved out of a really cheap apartment in Würzburg where I studied. Basically, I was living in a basement for 15 years. So that was cheap, but also hard on me, and it's not a good idea overall if you do that stuff like this. But yeah, it had its benefits. So now that we moved here, we have fiber, and all of a sudden the internet is fast enough to go with streaming. That said, my hardware is ancient. I'm running this on a 2500K, so that's an i5 processor of second generation Sandy Bridge. So in case the stream's lagging, this is down to the hardware. This has nothing to do with the internet. The internet is wonderful, and I can definitely stream in 4040p. So that's the accidental part. And then I always wanted to try it. I never really did. Not to the degree I do now. And I'm somewhat aware of the entire environment, right? I'm used to Discord. I'm not used to Twitch, but at this point I get used to it. I'm definitely used to YouTube as a consumer. Yeah. So also this doesn't say that that this is not part of the job in any other environment, but a lot of guys working in IT think they can do a one-man show. It's quite the opposite. The people doing the one-man show are the ones you need to get out of the team immediately, because they will ruin the company. Then in the end, you need specialists, yes, but you need specialists that are capable of talk, and or I don't know, organization, being able to talk about things, being able to share different opinions. Feedback is highly important, and as somebody who worked with people that adhere to that very easily, and with people that think they know better and stab you in the back. Too, I realized that I do not want to work with a certain type of person, so that makes it difficult. But on the other hand, you really know who you want to work with, and in that sense, if we put the money aspect to the side for a second, so obviously this doesn't earn me any money, right? But it's been really great fun for me to be self-organized. It's been really great fun for me to be responsible on my own for doing thumbnails, I don't know, researching certain things. Yeah, sure. And just be, in a sense, self-employed, responsible for myself and for the effects. So, for example, I could do real YouTube videos, and that's something that I might do going forward at some point. But on the other hand, I'm really not familiar with it. So there's some research going into this. How do you do that stuff? What tools do you use? Can you write a script? I would be very willing to do a script about training, for example, in Football Manager, because the video material on YouTube related to training is really, really bad. I feel there's a lot of bad advice out there that is ranked really high. Like, just sign the best coaches and basically insert Premier League model here, and that's how you should do it for the entirety of Football Manager, with no differentiation and anything. So I feel like I can do better. Also, I'm very used to do presentations. So you might have seen a channel named Perun. He does war economics stuff. That's just presentations on YouTube for 1.5 hours. But if the content is good quality-wise, it doesn't have to be flashy and moving all the time. Yeah. Well, I don't know. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But I would be interested in that. So I'm aware of most of the bigger Football Manager channels. I don't follow anyone specifically, really. Once you stream 6 hours a day, you don't have time to watch any more Football Manager in the evening. At some point, there's I don't know, social relationships, I'd say, that want to be want to have a place in the life too, right? So yeah. I'd rather spend some time outside at this point, or I don't know. Really, there's stuff to do. There's I don't know. You will be in the kitchen at some point, and you gotta go for groceries and all that stuff, and then the day's over. So I tried time stamping one of my videos recently, and it was one of the shorter ones, like 2 to 3 hours. We did set pieces there. The time stamping took me another 2 hours. Now, you obviously get faster with this, but it's really not worth the effort to timestamp stuff for YouTube. If you've got a 6-hour stream, you will not timestamp that yourself, because you will not watch the entire thing once more. It's just annoying. That said, yeah, watching what you're producing later on obviously is worthwhile to some degree, but there will always be episodes that are more boring, or I don't know, material that is more boring. Maybe this right now is boring to some people, and that's okay. It's just how things are. Okay, Moreira da Silva didn't train well, so he will, I don't know, he played well though. Did he? 6.8 last match. He played well. What can you do? Ngongo didn't play, I think. Yeah, he was on a 7.6 last match. I think this was down to match load that we rotated like this. So we gotta be careful here to field the best squad. Sederberg is decent. Da Silva is a decent choice. I don't have much trust in Anderson at this point, sadly. But his training went up. So that's good. But for this kind of match, I'm probably one for the bench. Okay, yeah, but this is most of it is known at this point. So this is very interesting, but also very time intensive to do this kind of stuff. But I feel, for example, the personality stuff is well known at this point. It's the ranking is basically for development is professionalism first, ambition second, and afterwards it's probably a wash and not statistically significant. So, yeah. But I get it. Like with the league reputation and so on. These are interesting things. And with training modules, this is very hard to do because if you're trying to get aggregate information or an aggregate statement of training overall, this includes the very good ones and the very bad ones, and it also includes the very injury prone and the very not injury prone, whatever, those that don't get injured. And in that sense, including these different types of players in the same training regime just doesn't work. So this is useful data, but not necessarily very specific data. For a player that, let's take August Hylander here. So for him, his medical report states that he's above average injury susceptible. This is due to recent injury, but for the sake of the example, stick with me. If this were high, high would imply that he will have minor injuries all the time, and he's prone to having a bigger injury at some point. So I would not want to grind him to the bone. And in that sense, even though the rest of the team might have hard training going forward, I would set his training workload to half, because August Hylander is good enough to make it in the first team, and all we want him to be is match fit. It doesn't matter. We just want him to be match fit and not to get injured, so we can play him as often as we can. We don't need him to improve anymore. I don't care about his improvement. At this point, it's more important for me that he plays. So in that sense, a lower training workload would be fine with him. Now let's pick someone in the U19. Where's reports? Great, this is better. Let's pick this guy, Matthias Nilsson. Okay, he's got average training susceptibility. But if I look at this guy, he doesn't make it in the first team so far. Right? He's not worthwhile. We pay him for the amount of skill he brings to the club. 5 euros per week is a lot of money. And he's not good enough for the first team. He might make it in the first team. But if we don't push him for it, he will not. So in that sense, even if he's highly susceptible to injury, I don't care. If we ruin his career, it's just money for us. This is a horrible thing to say for people in real life. I realize that. But if he is not able to train on a hard level, we might as well roll the dice on him. Just go with the high training workload, just with everyone else. And if he's highly susceptible to injury and breaks a leg, well, there you go. Goodbye. Don't care. It was worth a try. That's different. Yeah. I will look into it. I'm not sure if you can post links here. I think you can. So you're welcome to post a link. And I will look into it later on. Or drop me a message so I can have a look. That's probably something I'm interested in, yes. So thank you very much. I like that stuff. So Wickberg, last game he didn't do well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 6.4. That's enough for an official warning, and I think this is enough to bring Hagedal back, because Wickberg didn't play the first team anyway, and Hagedal's the one to go there. Boltigord Blom, same problem. He's got a 7.0 rating last game, but I will drop him and get our first team member back, which is Adam Hellström. He's definitely the one to go for this match. Will he have a good rating and a good performance? We don't know, but hopefully. Then Muteba. So Muteba had a good game last game. Finally, I might add. It took him a while. And overall, I think his defensive performance was really great. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. That works. I'll look into it. Melander. So Melander is actually Hagedal is still under heavy load, but it doesn't matter to me. He probably came in last match. Melander and Ekman are interchangeable at this point. I'd rather go with Ekman. 7.25 and how's Melander? 7.05. Yeah, that's a wash. So doesn't matter much. Both try to try to adapt to the role as a register. Korovic, there really is no replacement for him, and this is in favor for him and to his detriment at the same time, because that means he needs to play through the next match. He trained well, let's tell him. Great. How was his last performance? 7.3. This is wonderful, he had an assist. But overall I will not praise the assist or the chances created, because it's been really bad. And I cannot praise the last game apparently, I already did. Yeah. But this is what I'm going for. It depends on the metric. If you apply best development as the go-to metric for training, then in that sense a very different kind of training is the optimal one than if you go for best match results and development. Because match results will always be driven by match preparation training. So that's why we don't do any general training right now. And the players will not develop much. But we simply cannot afford it. This is a semi-professional club and we're bound to go down. So no way that we will include some training sessions. And also focusing on anything with this club is really stupid. Because the coaches are trash anyway. Like, we specifically signed the trash because it was cheaper. We needed to go there. So in that sense, training isn't worthwhile anyway. The match preparation works though. I like it, but I don't use it as much as I would like it to use it, and this is so this is down to streaming really. Think of it this way. If I would go into the data hub or into the last match's performances and look into the different throw-in situations that we had throughout the season, would you really be willing to stick to the stream for 4 hours watching throw-ins? Because I do that stuff, but I don't do it on stream anymore. So in that sense, I lost myself as a player of Football Manager a tiny bit, you might argue, because I did that stuff time to time. And I also want to switch to matches and if results don't go my way, I watch the entire 80 minutes of a match sometimes. I've never done that on stream so far, but I did that previously. Because you can see a lot, and if you're slow seeing this stuff, you watch the entire match. And I'm not the one that sees it immediately all the time. I'm not that used to playing Football Manager all day. So some things I don't see immediately. But I might notice them over the course of a match. But if the match's over in 15 minutes, I don't have a chance to intervene. So, that's part of it. Yeah. Forsell will play. No debate. I will not replace him with Hellberg. Not for this match. Hellberg can play the cup match though. The cup match is worthless anyway. We will lose that one. So Hellberg can play the cup match later on. Tillander. Yeah, I will play Tillander for 75 minutes because Warwick didn't do well. Yes. I agree. It's part of him. No, it's a multiplier basically. If you find a player that develops in the lower leagues, you will notice. And Tillander is one of these. So that's for an inverted winger that repeatedly developed, right? This is what development looks like in the lower leagues, with poor training facilities. So also the dialogue options are not up for that. Do not praise him on his good development. He will think you bonkers, because for every single player in this game, they expect to develop like a Premier League exposed player. apparently. So they will never have good development in lower leagues, other than finding a wonder kid. If you find a wonder kid, it will improve attributes by 1 or 2 points every month, at least at the start, and you can praise those. But they don't depend on your training facilities or your training. They don't care about anything. They just develop into something useful anyway, and they will be out of the club in half a year, because the chairman will just accept whatever comes in as a transfer offer. 10k? Yeah, give me the money and get that guy out, and that's it. Yes, but I feel like this is not nuanced enough, because you do not need the improvements to be that big in lower leagues. In lower leagues, 1 or 2 points might be sufficient. So Korovic is a nice example to go for here. I realize that we have a game going on at some point, but Korovic is, on the technical side, this is decent. Yes, exactly. But the thing is, if I look at these physicals, they look concerning, but they do not look impossible. The strength of 9 is nothing he uses as a Metsala, but as a midfielder, I've dealt with a midfielder that has a strength of 1. You can forget that, it doesn't work. He needs some sort of physical presence, and overall this physical presence is not... I wouldn't call it horrible for this level of league. In this league level, 10 points are decent, right? So he will not dominate midfield through physical presence anytime soon, but he can play in that league. So now it comes down to the mentals. He's only 22, he will develop mentals overall. He might not develop into something useful, but he might develop into a backup option. And for us, this was the best set piece taker we could find, and we are expected to score after set pieces. So he brings that to the table too. And now overall, all of a sudden we have a 1-star player that is forced to play as a Metsala, because really I don't know how to employ him in any other fashion. He will not be a playmaker, and we have playmaker types that are better with this. But he's got the flair. He can provide the odd assist from time to time, or even a long shot. And if I play him a lot, maybe he will develop on the mental side, and maybe he will get the odd attribute point due to 3 years left. I don't expect him to develop much, but he might make it. Now, personality obviously stands in the way here. If he was a model citizen or model professional, this would be easier. But at this point, I hope that we can retain him. 15 games, by the way. Yeah, he's 2 games out from getting his contract extended, so that'll sort itself. But his form throughout the season hasn't been great. 6.67 is as high as it goes. This is not a good form. But on the other hand, he's dirt cheap. So if we can hold a league with this type of player, who cares? Now, an improvement in training facilities or the coaching staff or anything is a high level of spending for us, but especially the training facilities, they are retained. Yes, they cost us money going forward, same as coaching staff, but he doesn't need that much improvement in the quality of the training to be worthwhile. So the odd half a point is a lot for this guy. And if we can change the training for the better to get this odd half a point, this might already improve him enough to be worthwhile in the league. If you think about it, if you want to develop players for Premier League, obviously, the standard is entirely different. But you don't do that here. So in that sense, it's a fair model. It works fine. Is there anyone we want to put on the pitch? Well, yeah, Lily Dahl for Puge. I really don't want to deal with Puge anymore. Not on the pitch right now. I don't think this is worthwhile. And how's Kulafitch doing in training? 7.0, but the red arrows. Vorik, 6.35. He can be English all day, but if he doesn't train well, he will not play. And the rest of them, I don't depend on them too much. It's a bit sad for Anderson as a club captain though. 7.4 rating. 7.8 on Ngongo. And Moreira da Silva didn't train well, right? Okay. So, good performance, give or take. I would put Anderson not on the pitch, but on the bench. And Ngongo can go on the pitch. Hopefully nobody gets injured. Usually I don't go for this type of stuff, but really I think we can make it through the remainder of the season anyway. So let's go for the match. And at this point, there's another thing to do. So given that we do not set up scouting, Sollentuna and Täby are the next two ones. So we want to scout the match for Täby, and we want to scout the match with Sollentuna. Not because we expect to find players that are worthwhile, but because we want to have knowledge about the players there. This is all rubbish anyway, because well, I change the formation from time to time, and all of these instructions always adhere to what they think is a good mentality, and I don't want to do this. So, next match only. He acts as some sort of a target man. This is fine. We cross for him. He shoots less often because he's got a really bad shot. He shoots more often because he's a good finisher. This is fine. Korovic shoots more often because he's a good finisher. This is fine too. He also crosses for the target forward. Forsell crosses for the target forward, and he shoots. His flair is bad. This is something I always forget. We should include this in the tactical instructions overall. He should take fewer risks because he's got bad flair. I learned that from exploiting birthday cake. There's things you learn in Football Manager even after 10 years. Ytterhogdals has decent flair. Ishak has really bad flair. So he should take fewer risks too, even as a striker. And Tillander should take fewer risks too, apparently. Because he's got bad flair. We want a creative element. We want to limit the creative element and rather retain possession. Ekman, though, has decent flair, and he's a wonderful passing machine. He takes more risks anyway, as a register. This is all good. He's the one to overlap. Flair is... So taking less risks is probably a good idea. And Muteba here too. So this is something I didn't do so far, only for the central defenders. We should include these instructions for everyone going forward if it works. I will not rely on that one result though. Well, at this point it's if I put it as a side project, that's probably unfair, because this is what I do all day. But I enjoy playing Football Manager, and I enjoy conversation and feedback. This is just fun to me. So in that sense, I enjoy streaming. But I also enjoy structured work, I'd say, in a broader sense. I enjoy a good presentation, really. I enjoy doing these things, and I like to do that for my job. And I like to go through topics that I'm moderately proficient in. Even if it's wrong, you can always get feedback, and that feedback might tell you, well, you got that wrong on YouTube. Delete that video. So in that sense, I'm willing to experiment. But I cannot do everything at the same time. And so it's time bound. And for now, I'm going with the streaming. But this is my free time at the same time as it is, I don't know. It's not so much about growing the channel. It's not, especially not about follower count or something like that. I realize that there are limits to being an affiliate, and that has certain benefits, also to the viewers, by the way. And I don't know, gifting Prime subs and stuff. Yeah, that's certainly something I wouldn't decline. Let me put it that way. There's definitely an effect there. Yeah. I think I put it on the page of the channel. I put it as paying the electricity bill, because I'm really computer runs all day, and sure that costs money, right? If I'll show you. This is my sound insulation. So there's pillows at the wall. They are still there. They've been there for a month now, to reduce the echo in the room. I will not be able to buy anything there other than being financed due to the day job. So in that sense, monetization of a Twitch or a YouTube channel is interesting, but I don't expect it to grow anywhere at this point. It's more of a hobby, and it might go on like this for years, and that's okay. Yeah, it's I'm from Stuttgart, so I'm Swabian, I think it is in English. They are what's the word? They are known for not spending money. In that sense, I fit the style here in Football Manager as well as in real life fits this perfectly. So yeah, I'm certainly a good example of that. But I'm not sure if this is down to heritage. It's more of a personality thing, I think. If you've got scarcity in your life throughout most of our life. One moment. Opposition instructions. So if you're used to scarcity throughout most of your life, you tend to have a lifestyle that is not very inflated. And I wrote this in a investing related community a year ago. It's really hard to not worry anymore, and it's really hard to learn how to spend money. This is entirely weird probably to a lot of people out there, but if you're used to looking for the price tags for nutrition or something, groceries, you keep doing that. There's also tape all over the place here, like duct tape. It's how I do the cable management. So yeah, the sound system is a 20-year-old Yamaha sound deck. It's a 5.1 surround system, and back then it was well, I got it for cheap because it was the piece that was on the, how do they call it in English? It was the piece that was used for product presentation. So I got that one for cheap. But at this point, it could use a replacement. I had a specific sound card in this computer, and it broke down after 15 years. So yeah, that's the standard here. The internet is really all that's top notch at this point. Okay, we had a look into a lot of these players previously. So he's a bad passer. So we will press him, trigger the press on him, and there's no use in showing him to any foot. Yeah. Yes, I know. It just comes down to run times. So this is it's a drag on the stream from a stream duration perspective, and also if you've ever witnessed the change of a year to the 1st of January. In Football Manager, you know that there's a high load there. The stream just basically lags out for, like, it doesn't disconnect, but it you've got a standing picture for a minute there once that comes up. So that's part of it. Bergren, he's a decent passer. He's not the strongest, and he doesn't have great off the ball movement, so we will mark him tightly. Bergren is the left one, so this is bad. As Bergren is the left one, we will switch these two. And because I want my defensive option to focus on their more attacking option. So I will need to redo this all over again, but we can probably make it work. He takes more risks. What was it again? Crosses towards the target man. This is good. And he shoots more often. What about the dribbling? Yeah, he's a dribbler. He can dribble too. So that's a lot of instructions, but anyway, we can do this. And for Forsell, he's a box-to-box midfielder. For us, I want him to contribute in the offense too. He needs to cross for the target man, take fewer risks, shoot less often is not viable, I think. He doesn't need to cross more often. He's not a good crosser. Is this what we had? How's his dribbling? He's not a good dribbler. So let's take that off too. Now, I probably fucked it up. But, yes, there are. We gotta have 7 homegrown players in the... Where is it? Here. We gotta have 9 players that have been trained in Sweden for 3 years prior to their 21st birthday. So this ties in just nicely with the concept of poaching players at young ages. We basically need them before they need to get them into the club before they are 18. So in that sense, we hunt youth players. Like 17-year-old players are perfect, no matter the nationality. They count as homegrown if they spend enough time in the club. But there's players like Nina Forsell. He was at the club when we came in. I'm really fond of him. But he's Finnish, and he didn't come into the club soon enough. He's been with the club for 5 years now, I think, or 4 or 5. But it doesn't matter. He will not be homegrown anyway. So that's one of these that we keep that isn't homegrown. For the other ones, though, it's easy to get it. Either they are youth players and develop at your club, or they are homegrown at another club, or you don't care about it. They might, but I don't think they will. Technically, so for Cell we want him to man mark this guy, right? What was the name of the midfielder? Was it Berggren? I'm not sure. Let's look. So left side, yeah, it's Berggren. So we will man mark him out of the game. That's the concept. He's stronger. His marking isn't great, but we're trying to man mark Berggren out of the game at this point. Korovic, we don't need him to man mark the other guy. We need him to close him down. But he already presses enough in this formation, so that's okay. The other position, is there anyone to deal with? Bergqvist is a strictly left-footed player, so we'll show him to the right. This means he needs to cut inside, and those need to cut outside, or remain outside. This is to their weak side, in both cases. And Axel Bodin, he's a right-footed player. He's one to go forward, so I'm not sure if we want to close him down. He's not a good header though. He's not a good header, not a good jumper, so I expect the crosses by Bergqvist not to find Bergqvist as well as Bodin. They might play them behind the defense, so that's certainly a risk, but they will not find a good header. And we will need to wait and see if they distribute the ball in a short fashion. If they do, we will try to prevent it. But actually, let's keep that on immediately. We will try to prevent this, and hopefully we can get a result here. So, yeah, we got 2 players that are a bit unfit. He doesn't like playing as a regista all of a sudden. I mean, he did that throughout the entire last 2 seasons, and now all of a sudden he's got a problem with it. We played him as a deep-lying playmaker once, and he got used to it. So, that's it. What can we do? I think this is about revenge. And some of the players agree with me. For the rest, this is a home game, so I would certainly like to raise expectations. On the other hand, this is a stronger squad than ours. So let's just tell them that we have faith in them and hope for the best. Now we can witness the wonderful renderings of the trees back here. And then we can see how much we can do here. Did we instruct the tight marking and the closing down on the... Give me a second. Sorry, yeah, this is not fun, but yeah, that's it. So he needs to be closed down. He is already tight marked, this is good, but these 2 needs to be triggered to press onto. You will witness it at the timeline at some point. So the first season I took this club over prior to being to getting or nearly getting relegated in the 4th league. So that's what's this called? I don't know, the regional divisions. You know, I'm not aware of the region we were at this point, but I took them over there, got them to the playoff spot, and won the playoff game. So we didn't get relegated. Afterwards, I threw out half of the squad, and we immediately got promoted in the next season. None of this is on YouTube. This was me privately. So, oh, nice one. Nogongo was offside anyway. And afterwards, well, we got promoted on accident, I might say. But it was a straight promotion, not through a playoff. We had the points, and we were good enough to see it through, but bad enough to finish very close. Like it was I think 1 point or something that was missing for an opponent to get us down to 2nd spot. For Cell, close one. So far we're in control of the game. So far. And so we got promoted to this league, and then we finished in the 3rd spot the next 2 seasons. But we did that on the back of bad promises. I promised improvements in training facilities to good players that we got in from good clubs. And, well, as you know, free signings from good clubs. So these players were unhappy later on, and this is how we deal with it these days. We try to make up for, let's say, the loss of quality. But on the other hand, financially we're doing really well overall. But it took a few years and sales of these good players, right? But for a club that has a budget of, I don't know, 40k or something in sponsorship income and season tickets and I don't know what there is to it too. It's not like we have a lot of money. For a club of this size to earn 40k on player sales is huge. It's really huge. And I don't want to splash it all on the quality of the squad just yet, because player material can go to waste. If I spend 250 euros a week on a player now, he might get injured. If I spend it on a training center or youth recruitment on the other hand, that might be worthwhile going forward. But it didn't happen so far. That's well won back, by the way. We're well in control of the game so far. And that's Tillander that lost the ball though. But look at where we play. Ngongo, Ekman. That's one of the easiest errors you can make. And Muteba on a yellow immediately. Why? Was this really needed, Muteba? Ease of tackles, please. Liljedal, Muteba, Ekman. Liljedal goes for the shot. Again, offside, Ishak. What's it with the offsides here? Tillander, Ekman. Forsell, Tillander. For some reason, we don't have much possession. But it looks like we are well in control of the game overall. Forsell, Ekman, Ekman. 2nd shot of the game, finally. Tillander's corner now, near post corner probably. Hagedal, easy one. But goalkeeper deflected it and we get another corner. It should have gone in. Tillander once more. This one doesn't end up with a central defender this time. Come on, close him down. Don't let him run with the ball. Berggren. There's a free spot on the left now, where Muteba's still getting back to his position. Bergqvist. Long ball. Hellström loses out on a duel. Sederberg. What a save. What a save. We're really lucky now. Yeah, that might be a problem, yeah. But I feel like this stuff is in the general database of Football Manager and other countries too. For some reason, so I'm not aware of how it works. But oh, well intercepted. For some reason, I always get invited to vote for the top manager in Belgium or something. For some reason, it's clearly stupid. Because I'm managing somewhere in Sweden. It doesn't make any sense. But it's part of the database apparently, or part of the setup here. This kind of stuff is in Football Manager throughout the entire game. And if you play it long enough, you will always find something. What a goal. That might be Malte Ekman's first assist of the season. Look at that. Tillander dribbles down the wing, cuts inside, finds Forsell, he finds Ekman, Tillander runs in the middle of the pitch, and that's a routine finish for him. Fantastic. Yeah, I'm a Belgian FA expert. That would probably be it. No. There's the manager in game is Italian and Serbian, so definitely not. I have no idea. Yeah. He didn't score these finishes throughout the season so far. So yeah, this is certainly good for him. He needs those. Ishak, well done. Tillander, oh Tillander. Ekman, well intercepted. Wonderful pass for Liljedahl. That might be offside, but I think the left defender. No, it's offside. But the left defender was out of position, so I was more closer, a lot closer than it looked, maybe. Again, this looks like a counter situation. Tillander's not the one to go for the long high balls, though. Ishak, Liljedahl, 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 nearly. Tried to find Tillander there. He had the movement. He saw the ball coming. He wasn't close enough. And the short option here draws the defender out. Korovic, that's in the middle of the area. I'm not sure what he was targeting there. Let's have a look. So corner-wise, this was a left corner on attack. Yeah, they tried to do the short corner routine here. So let's load the other one. This is positive near post corner left. Yes, it was a lot of effort to set this up, and I really hated it. You can witness me suffering on stream, if you want to. It's on YouTube. Oh no, Korovic is injured. Seriously? Seriously? Wikström. Will he put the ball out? No, he will not. Please don't give him a yellow card. Okay. So, yeah, Korovic needs to go off. Do we have somebody that's capable of playing Metzala in this situation? Well, things just changed a little bit. So, we can either go with Hellberg, who is bad overall, but can slot in everywhere on the pitch. We can go with Guillermo, who is more of a Metzala type, but is thought to play on the wing. Or we can give Melander some time on the pitch, who is one of the senior, well, not of the senior members of the squad, but one of the older members. He's got decent passing, decent penalty taking, and he can replace him as a set piece taker, so we will need to do that. He's not a Metzala by any stretch of the imagination, though, but he will need to make do. So, taking more risks, is this viable for him? He's got good flair, yes, this works. Set pieces we'll take anyway. Yeah. I don't think he should cross that often. Well, his crossing is 7. No need to instruct him on it, I think. On the other hand, who cares? So, he should cross less often. Marking a specific player is not required. The dribbling and the shooting we need to look at. Come on. This is really annoying. Why is this a pop-up? This doesn't need to be a pop-up. It can be over here. There's enough space on the screen here. Why does this need to be a pop-up? But okay. So he's a decent dribbler. Dribbling more is probably okay. His long shots and finishing are bad though. So dribbling is fine. Shooting is not. And that instructs him with all of it at this point. Hopefully Korovic just has some bruises. Because if he gets injured, we will need to play Melander every single game throughout the rest of the season. And transfer window has just been closed. On the other hand, this might give Ostrom some time on the pitch, so who cares? Muteba. Maybe we will play our light-hearted guy after all. Overall though, we're doing fine here. And this is a result I wouldn't have expected. We gave away that one chance. We really shouldn't have. Forsell. Well retained. So far at least. Hogdal, Ekman, Hogdal. No risks taken there. Hellström. Now he goes with the long ball. Lilydal clearly not offside. Muteba immediately goes for the cross. Ishak. He's a really bad finisher. Like, he's got 5 points of finishing, but his heading is okay. He can score the odd header. Holberg. Karlsson. Hagedal. Bodin. Frisk. And this is well played. But we seem to be able to defend it so far. Karlsson. It's also rather dangerous for them. The players get closed down. Something like this. Now we have the long ball here, and this is an error in defense. Söderberg's got it though. Seriously, this has to be the worst defending ever. So Hellström just lost his marker. He's such a good player, but his marking is not up to the standard we need. Ngongo. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, true. So we gave away a goal. I'm not too worried, but this is just stupid. Wikström, Berggren with the cross, on his weak foot at that. And same, Frisk, scored on his weak foot. But yeah, stands are basically empty. Also the stadium is not... just have a look at the Facebook picture. They have stands, but they are like very small stands. So... Lilydal. Can we get a response immediately? Well, somewhat. We get a free kick. That might still be a thing this time. Come on, guys. Get it in. The encouragement came through, yes. Yeah, it was first touch. So the free kick didn't amount to anything, apparently. Well, okay. Overall, I'm happy with it, but I think I'll tell him that I'm happy with it. This is okay, and we'll need to wait and see what they can do. We've got a lot of there's more technical players on the pitch now. This is not what we usually have to this degree. He should ease off tackles at this point. Tillander, Lilydal, that shouldn't be offside. It isn't. Oh, not a bad pass. Melander tackles it. He nearly scored a deflection. It was close. That would have been a Ishak goal though. Scoring a deflection. Nice one, Muteba. And that's a corner. Great. Can we get something out of a corner? We are expected to score some goals after set pieces after all. Melander. They don't close down the... Oh, that was close for Hellström. Tell Anders not to want to win these. Forsell. It's put into touch. Muteba with the throw. Liljedahl, Muteba, Ekman. Oh, Melander didn't anticipate that. Muteba again, Melander, Muteba. Wonderful cross, but Tillander's not the one to win these. He's fast. He's not the one to go for high crosses. And well, we have mixed crosses set up. Melander, interesting corner. Liljedahl might get that one though. Melander again. Melander. Well, he took the shot finally. Liljedahl should have taken it earlier, but they are both instructed. Oh, that might be a penalty though. It isn't. It's not a penalty. He went down in the penalty area. That's interesting. Ngongo. Well, okay. That's easy to get to for Forsell. One each. So far it looked like, yeah, they distributed short, by the way. So, so far it looks like we are the better team overall. I didn't expect that. But we should probably open the tablet at some point. Is there anyone that looks particularly tired? The left side looks a bit tired, right? Bodin and Carlson are in worse shape than the rest of them. Bodin is also the one to push forward, if I'm not mistaken. Well, he's not a great defender. Let's put it that way. So we will try to focus play down the left. Not sure if it will work, but we'll try. Forsell lost the duel here, but wins the ball. Ngongo, well done for Ekman. Not a bad penetrating pass. Now it's down the left for Liljedahl. And that's not a cross. Oh no, I think you're not rude. I think we've been together for a few years, but we know each other much longer. We studied together, and well, we've basically developed alongside each other for like 10 years or something. And we moved in together after, I think, 3 years of relationship it is by now. So, yeah. I don't think it's a hasty decision. And I'm very comfortable with it. I like to have her around. And hopefully the other way around too. Liljedahl, Muteba. To be perfectly honest, it's always a gamble, but we are similar in that sense that we need some time on our own too, both of us, and she's in the next room right now, in home office, so it's a bit annoying to hear that I talk all day, but otherwise I think we deal with it just fine. Ekman, Forsell. Ekman really finds Forsell all the time. That's good. Ngongo. Will he go for the cross? He's closed down. He goes for the cross anyway. Oh. If only Ishak could win this one. But keeper's got an unfair advantage. He can use his hands. Bergqvist, Sjöberg. So is there something we can do that would Belander? Can we please close them down? Wikström. Hiltunen. And that probably goes outside. Forsell, Ekman, well defended. With Melander now Do we find a counter? We try. We try. Tail under. Through the middle of the pitch. Melander. Long ball for Ytterhogdals. Who is on a yellow now? Ytterhogdals. Cuts back inside. Nice ball for Melander. Cross by Muteba. And a header by Ytterhogdals. Well, we got to the finish at least. I think it's time to bring Skillermo on for Ytterhogdals. Not because I'm unhappy with his performance. That I am too. But also because I think he's fresh. And we focus down the left right now. Same goes for Muteba and Alp. Not as a last call. We play for set pieces all the time because it's expected of us. This is part of the club philosophy. Ease of tackles, yeah, that's all true. He goes for early crosses too. That's part of his traits. But I feel set pieces are a viable option overall of the game. So I mean, why not? It also slows down the pace of the game, and we try to be in control of the game. So really, I can deal with 1 point out of this game, but I think we could be able to win this. Forsell, well done. Alp, will he go for the deep cross? No, he doesn't. He goes for the pass for Skillermo. Alp again. Alp. Melander. Forsell. Forsell is not a shooter. What's this? Bounces around in the penalty area. Well, we had our chances. We really had them. They were low grade, but we had them. Ngongo. There's the cross. Skillermo's not a header. That's a corner though. None of the two. The goal is to retain the league. We are destined to go down. And definitely this is a fair assessment. Ytterhogdals, another corner. If you look at these set pieces, you can probably see why we go for them. They are good chances. We should score one at some point. The keeper is just really good today. And really, we've been wasteful with our chances throughout the entire season. Ytterhogdals. That's not a good one. Ishak's on a 6.5 now. Is there anyone on the bench? Especially he's exhausted. He might need to play it through though. Yeah, probably. So he needs to play through. Ngongo is motivated, but he's also tired. I will go for Anderson. He trained well. I don't like... Oh, this is the last substitution though. So we need to substitute the rest too, if we want to. I think Hellström didn't have a good game, so Wickberg is certainly an option. He's much more... he's fresh, so hopefully he can have the attention span. And in this case, given that Forsell is on a yellow... Oh, I cannot make any more substitutions. Yeah, that's all of it. Okay. So Forsell will be retained on the pitch. But I want to see the result intact. And, well, if we can score, that's good too. But we had the match well in control so far. And at this point, if I look at this, they substituted the ball-winning midfielder here. So we can also change tactical setup here. And do not go through this area of the pitch. And is there something else? Well, these are all fresh. So putting some fresh material on the pitch in defense is probably not a bad idea. We just did that. On the other hand, in offense, if we want to score through the right side, is probably more viable. Björkman is also slow, but the thing is we don't have a replacement for the striker on the bench. Not anymore. We would have used Skillermo for that. He's already on the pitch as a replacement for The winger. We can also just use Tilander's second goal of the game. With the right foot. Just cut inside. Go for the goal immediately. Who cares? And it's 2-1. And at this point this is highly deserved, I think. I can't believe it. So that's an error in defense by Bergqvist. The central defender doesn't close him down immediately. This is one of the ways it can go. Wonderful. And yes, I want to go with the tactical changes anyway. At this point, this looks like fun. Ishak, Alp. Doesn't go for the killer ball, he should have gone. Skillermo. Wigberg. Now they retain possession and circle about the ball a bit. That's fine. Or is it cycle? I think it's cycle the ball. Well, Ekman. Forsell. Skillermo. Ah, it's offside. Well, can we praise them at this point? Probably yes. I think we're happy with the way they play. We're happy with the result. So, come on, score another and then it's through. We got it. Forsell and Alp exchanging passes. Alp is the one to go for the cross usually. Still with the pass for Forsell. Ah! There was the Forsell combination. But Forsell going for a long shot, that's a rare sight. Usually. He doesn't do those very often. Luxembourg, we scouted that guy. We found him as a viable option for the future, by the way. Sjöberg, Luxembourg again. That was close. That was really close. Fourth shot of the game. We can probably instruct him to waste time now. Always. So, you go, you do that. Waste some time. Doesn't matter. We need to get the clock ticking and then... Yeah, really. It is. But overall, that first save by Zetterberg, well, not the first one, I think it was the second. That finished where he was one-on-one. That was the best chance of the game they had. The other one, the volley from the tight angle that they scored, was a much harder goal to score. That was really unlucky, because the wingback as well as the winger were both, first they got to the ball, and then they scored. What are you doing? They both got to the ball and they got to the ball on their weak foot, and this is just bad defending. At this point, it's just bad defending. Hagedal was well out of position, and didn't react at all. That could be offside. It is. And then now we've got 2 minutes to go. So this Luxembourg guy looks dangerous, right? That's why we looked into him. But it doesn't matter anymore. 2 minutes to go. Hopefully we can see the result through. Wigberg, Alp, Skillermo, Melander, Skillermo. It's a penetrating pass by Skillermo. Yeah, he is, yes. You're right. You're right. He didn't play well this season. He was considered a backup member. Can we score for it? Oh, look at that finish. Oh, luckily it doesn't matter this game. This is Ishak in a nutshell. I will have a look at Alp's attributes later on. He's a decent crosser and overall he doesn't have many weaknesses, attribute-wise. But performances so far have not been good. We thought he was an improvement as a backup member. He wasn't. Anderson, well intercepted. Hagedal, Forsell, Tilander. Are they willing to create another chance here? Come on, retain possession, it's not that hard. Ishak. Ishak. Tillander. Yeah. You are right. Anderson for Sell. Ishak. Again for Anderson. He goes for the attacking pass, I guess. And that's an easy one to get to, but it's late in the game. Probably nothing else will happen. This should be it. Anderson intercepts it. 3 points. 3 points, and I call it now, we will not get relegated. We're at 25 now. 10 points to go until we've proven mathematically that we will not get relegated. This is wonderful. Fantastic result against Vasalunds. I didn't expect it. Yeah, you can say it like that. Have a look at the last episodes. We were really struggling. Like, really. It was hard on us. So that pushes up to 9th place. And it's still only a 3-point gap until a relegation spot. So, or playoff spot, whatever it's called. No, playoff is going up and relegation is going down, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, we are still under immense risk to go down. There's a lot of clubs around us that are that are also destined to have a problem. But overall, I'd rather have us at 35. Yeah. Well, we're one of the worst teams in the entire league, probably the worst team in the entire league, from a financial and quality point of view. And we are facing Helsingborgs IF. So, in case you're not familiar with them, but you probably are much more familiar than I am, this is a Premier Division club. So, they will mop the floor with us in 3 days. And you will witness it on stream. So, yes, I would love to have a cup run, or basically to be in the cup at all, because in Sweden apparently the club contains a league. Down, like, I don't know, 500 to 1 or something like this. I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Maybe it's only 150 for 1. I can look into season preview. Give me a second. Yeah, it's only 100 to 1. Keep one thing in mind though. This 100 to 1 rating was based on the squad that was available to us at that time. This squad included Oliver Swan, who was a decent dribbler and a decent Metzala, even though he was unhappy for half of the time at the club. I'll just show you. I think we still have to. So this is the old players. Oliver Swan was a decent Metzala option in midfield. The only thing he lacked in was off-the-ball movement and a long shot. Overall, he did fine. And you can see this in the history. Overall, he was a fine player. 5 goals per season. Yeah, sure, I would have wanted him to score 10, but that was fine. I'm not sure. I don't think I think they do not get rated. Because they are not... they do not get rated because they cannot go up. They are prohibited from going up because they are the B team of the real Hammarby. So this is they cannot have odds for promotion because they cannot get promoted. So this guy was with us, and then the other two are probably easier to find in the transfer history. Where is it? Fee-wise, Simon Turngren. Simon Turngren was a beast. So, if you look at this guy, he came in from AIK, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. We signed him from AIK on a adhesion contract. This guy was a steal, really. We paid him decent money for our level, but it was a steal. And he got released by them, and we took him in, fairly professional. No, he didn't have these traits back then. He just dictated tempo. And knocking the ball past the opponent is just a waste for a ball-winning midfielder. But he played as a box-to-box for us. And if you look at it like that, the only thing he cannot do as a box-to-box is score and create. Otherwise, he contributes to everything. And he even scored some. He scored some headers. Simon Turngren we compared to a honey badger because he didn't care for the instruction not to shoot from distance. He took him anyway. Didn't matter to him. He was better than the entire squad, and he certainly knew it. So, yeah, he was a steal. And then there's Isaac Alholmström. Now, people tend to remind me that this is not that good of a player, but if you've got a player with 18 points of jumping reach and 12 points of strength, and a heading of 10, you can certainly see a concept there. Wanna guess how much he scored? You are probably not aware of it. The rest of it is aware. So take a guess. Good day, Mickey Billion, and don't tell him. We'll show him in a second. Still waiting for a guess by Norway 11, Sweden 22. How many goals did this guy score? Oh, it's in the corner? Where is it? Oh yeah, it's here. Yeah. Alright. Sorry. Yeah, it's there. So you spoiled it yourself, yes. But he scored in 2 seasons 40 goals. He was good for I don't know, 0.8 goals per game basically. And to have a striker like that in your team, he just thrashed the opposition defense. So this is where we get the crosses for target man from. Also, he had the perfect traits for him. We taught him to play with the back to the goal. He distributed the ball really well. His finishing and he was good for the odd goal, but he took a lot of chances. That said, doesn't matter. We just supplied him. We just peppered him with crosses and that's it. And it worked. So now everybody on this stream tells me that this is not a good striker. It worked out really fine. Yeah, first division. But first division is second league, right? That's first division elite, so this is second league in Sweden. I don't know what happened to him. Probably they do not employ him in the way they should. He's a fringe player with them too. I don't know. Played 1 game, not sure what happens there with Carlsons. I don't care really. He's out. Doesn't matter anymore. And there's other players that we made some money on, but yeah. These 3 players were contained in the odds. So at this point, the bookmakers probably, after we sold them, the bookmakers would probably have rated us prime favorites to go down. Because we sold all the quality there was in the squad. More or less. And this is, I tend not to swear on this stream, but I think you can probably think about a few nice words that I'm thinking of right now. This is a problem. So now we have to deal with, we gotta play Melander and put somebody else on the bench. That's it. Really, that's it for Korovic. Yeah, but as I said, the rating came in prior to selling these players. So after selling these players, a fairer rating is probably more like 500 to 1 or something like this. I don't know. It doesn't matter really. We tried to get the results, and that's it. So Korovic might make an extra year. Well, he is set for an extra year, but we need to play him to get an extra year out of him. With the 6.6 rating and 6.6 rating and the recent yes, well, no longer make a billion, no longer. But I wouldn't call it snowstorm, but we had some snow here in Nuremberg. And given that this is southern Germany, this is I mean, I still remember 10 to 15 years ago where snow in the winter, back when snow in the winter was really common, but it's a rare occasion these days. And for anyone arguing with climate change, I I really don't want to go there. To me, it's blatantly obvious. No, he will not work at the supermarket now. Because, where is it? He sprained his ankle ligaments. He's not able to walk. So, no supermarket. Well, he might sit at one of the counters, right? Like, beep, 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 all day. Poor Korovic. So, yeah, that's it. But this is a semi-professional club. They do not get paid on a level to live by it. They have to work anyway. Yeah, call center maybe. Yeah, cashier. That's it. That's it. But that job has been taken recently by machines, at least somewhere in Germany. It's much more common in other areas of the world or throughout Europe. I witnessed when I was where was it? Ljubljana, I think. I think in Ljubljana in Slovenia. I realized that the usual cashier job is already taken in some areas of the world by a machine. And they have one reserve cashier or two, and most of the terminals are for self-service. And that's the usual way there. In Germany it's not that common yet. But we will have it at some point. This job goes down. It will not persist. Yeah, I wanted to praise you for the goal. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Okay, press conference. So, we'll still need to win going forward. There's 5 people now. All of a sudden, 5 people in Ytterhogdal. Probably in a video call though. Yeah. I'm happy with that. What does it mean? It means that August Tillander is our best goal scorer this season, I think. How much did we enjoy it? 8.76? Yeah. Oh. I don't consider this a mind game. Will I be offering Korovic a new deal? Here it is, the press wants to know. Will I? So the thing here is it's down to money. If he signs for another contract for €6 a week, why not? He can be emergency backup anytime. Why not? But he's probably not willing to do that right now. So that might be a problem. Yeah. Except alcohol. This is a Scandinavian thing, right? So I take that you're from Norway, you said? So this is a Scandinavian thing, obviously, with the alcohol. In Germany, nobody gives a... God, okay. Well, we don't... obviously, if you're below 18, you cannot buy alcohol here. But, or I think beer is from 16 on. I don't know. I never had a problem to get alcohol around here. You can get it if you want to. That said, I think smoking as well as alcohol consumption has been on the decline a bit. Overall. People just realize that it's not worth it. So even at younger ages. And this is also down to monetary pressure. We are so broke generation-wise in younger generations that you cannot afford to build a house anytime soon. Not if you want to live anywhere where you get a job that's well paid. And, well... So people just don't spend on anything but the necessities. And this also results in people not getting children, if I'm not mistaken. So all of a sudden, retirement doesn't work anymore. Anyway, what do we do with Korovic? We have similar rules here, but I think this is specific to Bavaria. But there are similar rules. You cannot get alcohol after 8, I think. Also on what's it called? Oh, I'm stupid. Where you put where you fill up the tank of the car. Fuel station. Thank you very much. At fuel stations. So you cannot get alcohol even if they're opened later on. But really, it depends on who's behind the counter. So yeah, I would like to re-sign him, but for the same wage. Unexpected result at Ytterhogdals. Yeah, that's right. We won that one. And if you look at the league, we would have been in 12th spot if we didn't win it. So that win was definitely required. And also, along the way, we rendered Vasalunds season one of the boring ones. Once again. Yeah, but that's not a bad thing, really. So with Korovic, let's have a look. We will give him another contract as a backup member, sure. If he wants to sign. He wants to be squad player, though. And that's a problem. Oh, he goes for it, though. Yeah, this is good. So I'm willing to go with this. We might even get... we might even include some really nasty clauses here. Yes, with money. No, there's no other rivalries. We are... well, I don't want to be... Again, I don't want to be condescending towards the real Ytterhogdals IK. But we are that low in the meaning throughout the game that not even the... I don't know if there's another village like 5 kilometers away from Ytterhogdal. But nobody wants to come over and be rivals with us. Nobody cares. We're not important. And sure, for that amount of money we can have him on contract forever. So it doesn't matter much. And we will go with something like this. The injury release clause will probably be a problem. But let's give him a real nice adhesion contract if we can. Okay. He doesn't want to do that. This is fine, this is also fine, so maybe he will go for something like this. He takes the longer contract. Wonderful. Now we can have him in the squad and develop him, and if he doesn't develop well, he doesn't cost much, and we will just loan him out. Even if he's in the squad and doesn't play much, we'll just get rid of him at some point. Because money-wise, this is not a big deal. And he can play the first, well, not the first team, but he can play in the team. Time and time again. So this is okay. Injury, give or take. I will look into rivalries just for you, but there isn't anything. I didn't know that. Outer Higher Valley. Okay, so I realized that, as I said, I just know that there's a few farms there, and that's it. And that it's 250 to 500 inhabitants. And if you look at the pictures, it looks really nice. Also, it looks like you can have a lot of animals there. And, I don't know, fields. There's a church. And the houses look like farms. Old farm. Oh, I wouldn't call it old farms. But this is an entirely different style from living in a city, that's for sure. So there's also a story about the caved-in training facilities. They had some sort of training facility with a roof, and that one caved in 2018 or 2019, if I'm not mistaken. So they had to travel for training in the winter, during match preparation period, or season preparation period, which is a long time in Sweden anyway. So, yeah. Also, the youth stadium is the same as the senior stadium. Well, that's unsurprising. But there's no rivalries. There's We are favored personnel at this point, together with Isaac Alholmström. But no rivals, no rivalries, no fierce rivals. Nobody cares. Also, a whopping 38 season ticket holders. Yeah. So that's a thing too. Outer Higher Valley. That's a nice name. By the way, we are 14 followers out. For me, trying to order a kit. An orange one probably, or a black one, I don't know. I'd rather prefer the black one and hang it in the back. But yes, something like this. So the upside is rather limited in that sense. As much as we can go up the leagues, we will probably not have season ticket sales that are very interesting. And if we have them, so you might not be aware of this, but in Germany, in the second league, there's a club named Sandhausen. We need the ugly orange kid. Alright. This is what I feel too. We need the ugly orange one just to torture me, right? The only thing that I hate more than orange is probably yellow as a color. This is colorful enough to me, okay? So yeah, but we will need the ugly orange kid. The problem is, even though I dropped them a mail, I think now they might be aware of me, but they don't care. They didn't even bother to answer with the copyright stuff on the picture. So they could have just said no, thank you, and I would have been fine with it. But they didn't answer. Also, maybe this is a Gmail address. It's not like they got Ytterhogdals.com or something like that. It's Ytterhogdals IK, then the whatever the number is. Sorry, and then it's a Gmail address. So I got that from Facebook. Anyway, nobody answered. Yeah. But really, behind me, I would suffer in any way. So I promised to try to buy a kit once I reach 50 followers. That is probably a bit much, because well, I don't. It's not about the money. It's about being able to get it. So I might have problems with the tax office too, in case they send me one. Don't be like that. Seriously, it might be, but so given that the email was in English. I do not speak Swedish, right? So the email was English. So that might have been a problem. But on the other hand, a club that signs English players predominantly. Probably the people there speak English. They want to be able to talk to the players, and if they get an email in English by some guy that includes an example thumbnail with their picture in it, they probably would be interested in knowing what's in that email, even if they don't speak English. So they might get one of the players, and or anybody in the staff that speaks English. So in that sense, I think they would have understood, but. I don't know, maybe it landed in spam or something. And if you look at the website, this website looks like it needs content. So they have a website, but this is a box standard website for the league, I think. And it looks like there is nobody there to introduce the content to the website. The data is... I'd say at this point probably half-assed is the way to phrase it. Yeah. Yes. Well, no, it's quite interesting what you encounter, what you consider northern Sweden. But yeah, that's certainly part of the problem. So they will dominate us. We will try to turtle, and we will lose. This is how it will go down. But at least Korovic is not part of the squad, so we got that going for us. That's cool. Esserson can now be back in the squad. And for the remaining people here. I'm willing to go with a rotation, actually. Maybe we should rotate. give Westberg some time on the pitch. Doesn't matter much. Now, obviously, I would love to have a result in the cup, but well, against a Premier Division team, this will not happen. This will go down 0-5 at best. Probably. They are pleased with our performance on the league now. So far, they are very pleased with the stuff with the set pieces doesn't work anymore. And possession football is not in place right now, but that's not too concerning. So what will we do overall? Who do we give the playing time to? It's 3 days out. Who cares? Larn. Yeah, it's Northern Ireland though. It's Northern Ireland, not Ireland. Larn. That's rather tiny, so I don't think this is a jump down. Northern Ireland is all the... Isn't it all like a semi-professional and amateur and non-contracts all the way? Isn't it like even the first league is on non-contract basis? They got a really weird system. Let's go back to this. Oh, it's here. So no, this is a professional club, but yeah, I take that back. So they have serious contract there. Yeah, they have serious contracts there, but I'm not sure if every club is like this. How are the contracts here? Yeah, this is serious money, yes. But you can probably see it here. They are first for some reason. Maybe the league didn't start yet, but there is a high how is it? Let's call it heterogeneity. I think it is. For the financial circumstances in these clubs. And if you go one league down, it's I think it's all low 41 championship, whatever that means. Yeah. Whatever that means. So let's look at one of these clubs. This is a really weird name, by the way. This is probably branded. I'd wanted to go for players and okay, there's real contracts here too. Yeah, but there's a few non-contracts in here, and it's there's a preference for real contracts, but it's all over the place. I just thought there was one club that was predominantly youth contracts, but no. But there's clubs here that $2. I mean, well, look at this. We can poach players here. In fact, that might be a good idea. Well, there might be the odd English player in here that is willing to sign for us. Nah, they're all Northern Irish here. But yeah, it's more likely here. Also, the U18. Okay, we don't. The new gen kid didn't even pick that up. There's players in here that don't have a real face. These regens came in later on, but no. We will try for the English clubs with that. In fact, so our U19 doesn't look that good. Overall, can we deal with all of this? Yes, probably. We will just give Ostrom and Melander time on the pitch at some point. if it's reasonable and if we need to. Tillander had a wonderful game. He will probably not make it through the next one though. His medical record, he's got average susceptibility to injury, but he just came back from injury. I don't want to risk him. We cannot deal with this season without Tillander, and seriously, Helsingborgs we will lose. If we win this one, it will be absurd. I don't think this will happen. We can also have a look at Luka Chudley. That's a former player of the squad who was back on trial with us. And just see how he did. But he will not have improved. Otherwise he wouldn't be with us at this point. The nationalities were all over the place, yes. This is also this is part of the problem once you get promoted. Now, luckily, but it was very well. Luckily, I didn't get how you get English players into a club like this. So it's trials all over the place. You abuse the trial system as much as you can, and this is probably close to real life. But I'm not entirely aware how it works. And maybe they have connections to England and stuff, but this is not represented in the game. So you offer trials to every single youth player in Vanarama North and South, basically, and take what you can get to get English players in, and then you play them. But to do that, you need to be able to offer them a contract. Most of them will decline. And once you move to the third league in Sweden, so the first division, as it's called, you need to adhere to the homegrown rules. And this is really hard if you bring the players in, if they're not youth players. Because you need to field 9 players, I think, or there need to be 9 players in the squad that are Swedish. Well, not Swedish, they need to be homegrown in Sweden. So, in a sense, Swedish nationality is the easiest way to do that. And, yeah, that would have been a real problem if I would not have been entirely unaware of offering a shitload of trials to English players and just signing Swedish players. So in that sense, we made it easier for ourselves. But it doesn't strictly adhere to club philosophy. Ytterhogdals. Yeah, but I mean, I'll look into it once we reach the 50. Really. I'm not even sure if they sell kits. I have no idea. But it's not. I look at it like this. It's not something that concerns me right now, because I'm not sure if we will make it to this sweet spot, and I would probably I may well drop the mail at 50 followers, but to me this is like the affiliate thing. Follower count is something that fluctuates. I had to remove the 30 followers because it was a bot, so that certainly didn't count. And we had that topic yesterday. Really, it's the ones that return and the ones that really like to watch your stream that count. There's probably 10 followers in there that saw like 2 hours of the stream ever, and they don't care. So in that sense, they are not real followers. They don't give you an average viewer count. They don't contribute. So in that sense, if we reach 50, I will do it. I will try to drop them a mail again, but I don't think it's worthwhile, and I don't think they will answer at this point. And if they do, well, yes, I'll hang a kit back, on the shelf here, because the shelf I cannot move. So, or I can, but I'm unwilling to. I'm happy with the setup now. You can't see the chaos throughout the rest of the apartment, so that's a plus. Also, going forward with the day job starting in April, I will probably not have that much time, so that might have an influence on follower count too. But yeah, so far it's mostly about the fun. It's not like this is a business. There's very few people in the world, I think, that can make it as full-time streamers. It's not a viable career option. No, no retirement savings. You strictly depend on the success of a few games. So he is not interested at all, in us. That's very sad, because for him, I would have loved to sign him too. Obviously also inverted winger on the left wing, but this guy's got it all. And you can, we already looked into this last time. Just compare him to Ytterhogdals. Yeah, that's it. No further comparison needed. Ytterhogdals is an important player for us, and look at that wrecking ball of an 18-year-old. He was with Hasselholm previously. I have no idea how this happened. Yes. I talked about this recently, and this is strictly third-hand knowledge. So I was suggested a video by Filthy Robot, which you might know if you ever played Battle Brothers or Darkest Dungeon. Filthy had with his channel, so he's a full-time streamer and YouTuber, like 11 hours a day, and but he does these deep dives into games. He's really deep into some games, and it takes a lot of time. And for him to make it as a full-time streamer, he needs to do some stuff he really doesn't want to do. Like thumbnails, he doesn't do thumbnails. He rather does 11-hour streams, and well, overall good quality of content in that sense. That he has a lot of know-how about it, but yeah, exactly. That's his first success. So he talked about this. The video is called Filthy's Midlife Crisis, I think, and it's a really good one if you're interested in that kind of stuff, because he has like 70,000 followers or 80,000, and like there's hundreds of people watching him every day, and he barely makes it as a streamer. He's just a notch above that he can actually say, okay, I can do a living like this. But he gave some charts on it. Some of it is YouTube, some of it is Twitch, some of it is Patreon, and some of it is advertisements, and if I'm not mistaken. But the majority of the money doesn't come from Twitch or from YouTube or from being in depth in a game. The majority of the money might come in once you promote something. And he talked about doing some consulting work in game development and so on. But one thing that's certainly true is this is a skill set that does not translate to anything else. You cannot translate your experience as a streamer into any other area. You are not a good web designer all of a sudden because you stream. It will not happen. There's a person that wants to promote my channel right now. And I haven't made up my mind on that just yet, but it's some sort of service with promoting it to other people, and I'm willing to listen, but on the other hand, I don't have any money for this, so I don't know. I don't want to invest money for promoting a channel that I will not be able to provide content for. So this is stupid. But on the other hand, if this is the way it works, let me put it that way. To hire a specialist to do specialist work is usually a good idea. You gotta start to delegate at some point. Same with editing for videos or something like this. Now, you can always pay your editor once you reach like 50,000 followers or something, or once some money comes in, right? But it's another stepping stone. It's another hurdle to go over. And in that sense, I understand quite well that there is not that much money to be had as a streamer. So, do we stand a chance? Nope. We played one game in this competition. What's this line of questioning? Yeah, exactly. There's still in history there's streamers that did this as a job. Like in Football Manager, how's he called? There's one guy that works with Sports Interactive now. I forgot the name of the channel. Work to Space. Work to Space it was. Work to Space was a big YouTuber overall and did a lot of Football Manager stuff. I think he works with Sports Interactive now. But that's a career path that I can see, and also I think he's a software developer at this point. So it's not like his Football Manager experience got him I don't know. He had to adapt to the skill set of a software developer. I don't know, maybe. I wouldn't say that I don't have these. How many people do you know that don't have any personality issues at some point? So maybe it needs some sort of narcissism or something to do stuff like this. I'm not sure. I don't know where I fit in there. Yeah. So he combined the two. That's a career path. But it's not like you can make a career out of this is also really exhausting, I think. For now it's fun. But if you do this for 10 years, like Lolujo does, for example, I'm not sure how much fun you get out of it. Also, once it's your job, and so I'll go through this press conference. This is really boring, but how much further we can go, but we will not manage to do this. So hard work it is. Alright, so my thought process is as follows. Once you do the gaming for fun, no longer for fun only, but to have success with it, the thing I learned from Filthy at this point is that the deep dives into some of these games that he does, like 1,000 hours into one game, like really long time, to get quality material up, might interest anyone, because if it is not a game that blows up, and he does indie titles, this is what is interesting to him. If the title doesn't blow up, like Darkest Dungeon does, or did, or Battle Brothers did, there's a lot of titles that he put in a similar amount of work, has a similar degree of material, but nobody plays these games. The games didn't blow up. So in that sense, it's financially speaking, it's a disaster. So he would need to go for bigger games, but then again, in bigger games there's a lot of competition, and he cannot play to his strong suit. And a similar thing can be said about Football Manager. Ytterhogdals IK is not what most people recognize. This is not something that will blow up. It's much more likely that bigger clubs are interesting to the audience. So in that sense, a channel that brings, I don't know, and I found a German streamer / YouTuber that does episodes for Alemannia Aachen, for example. That's a club that's known in Germany at least. And he's with, I don't know, 120 followers and watchers or something. I forgot. But that's not enough anyway. So you gotta adhere to what's fun to the audience, and in that sense, deduct from the challenge, I think, because to me this is fun and challenging. I like to do this. It's also different. It's also something nobody cares about, and that's okay. So, yeah. But we're talking a lot of Twitch things now, or YouTube things. Yeah. On the other hand, it's on. I think last time I checked, it was on spot 13 in Steam charts. This game's huge. There's a lot of people playing this every day, and there's all of the family fathers and I don't know, these people that play this game on their laptop somewhere around the world, because it runs on a potato chip. But there's a lot of people that play this, and also there's people that might watch this. So in that sense, it's okay. But that's a luck shot. I play a lot of indie games and role-playing stuff otherwise, so it's not like I'm interested in all that popular games all the time. There's a reason why I'm aware of Filthy Robot. Because this is the taste I have. Not Civilization, but, well, I have a spite for Civilization theme-wise. But I love a lot of grand strategy stuff and RPGs and so on. So in that sense, Football Manager fits in just fine, not for the football, but for the management and for the role-playing elements. And it's my love for Football Manager is the other way around. I like the things that are part of the game. I came to appreciate football later on. So in that sense, I'm not a typical Football Manager streamer or Football Manager player. I do not play this to cheer for a team. I play this due to tactics and strategies and squad management, asset management, personnel management, finances. This is what's fun to me. That's how it is. Okay, so we will play Puget. Because we can. And he needs some match experience at some point, and this will probably get us hammered anyway. Maybe. It's but would you have guessed that Football Manager has more average players than DayZ at this point? I wouldn't have known. It's not like I play DayZ at any time, but yeah. Or even I think Ark or something was big the last time I checked. I'm not sure. Just look it up yourself. It's quite impressive, really, to me at least. Football Manager is well known and well played. So we will go with central defenders. Well, we will not. But actually, in these formations, there's things that I would like to do. So he can definitely go with fewer risks. Forsell can definitely go with fewer risks. There is no target forward to cross to, so this is good. And these inverted wingers here. How is their flair? His one's decent. Tillander's is bad though. So Tillander can also go with fewer risks. Why not? And Ishak, well, somebody has to score at some point, but I don't expect it to happen. We will play Hellberg. Yes. But the older versions are not that... It's not that prevalent. It's usually the version of last year. There's the people that just skip one iteration or two. These are usually around. The really old ones usually aren't. But I think you're right. Wickborg for Hagedal, because Hagedal is on the heavy load, and Malte Ekman can be replaced with Melander at this point, who is also on the heavy load. So, probably not. Who cares? Malte Ekman will make it, hopefully. And then we've got a problem here. The right defender is missing. So, who earns the place on the bench? Probably Moreira da Silva. Is there anyone that trained really well? I probably should concentrate on this. So Moreira da Silva isn't. Warwick. How's Tillander doing? Yes, even there. So Tillander's on a medium load. He's in good form, but this will not do. This is dangerous. So Tillander will not be part of the squad. I'm sorry. We will play Warwick. I realize that we will lose this match anyway, but yeah, exactly. They watch the newer versions. So in that sense, also as a streamer, you have to play the new version every single year, and I don't know. That's not a problem for me, but Really, it's not about... I don't do this for the streaming specifically right now. It's not like this is a business just yet. It might turn out to be one at some point, but really, do you want to see ads for me to earn 5 cents with the 2.5 viewers here? Do you want to really do that? So, no. Being an affiliate would more be about the Prime subscription stuff, because a lot of people have Amazon Prime for some reason, and to subscribe to something doesn't cost them any money. Well, it translates to cost them money anyway, but a lot of people don't have the Prime subscription for Twitch specifically, so that's something that's a viable option, but that will not pay the electricity. Let's put it that way. So even if that ever happens, it's not like the big thing is 50 followers or the big thing is to have 10 average viewers. It doesn't matter. This is well below what one would need. I don't think it's viable. Look at this. Yeah, but to a degree this is selling out, right? So this might also be unpopular, and I can certainly understand that. We will get wrecked. We will get entirely wrecked in this game. So we try to play the turtle formation here. Just in case you are not aware, we usually lose in this formation whatever we do in the league. Look at that stadium. Dude, can you see the money, the dollar bills? Probably the euro signs in my eyes. Can you see it? 60,000 euros in additional income. That is shared 50-50, so 30,000 euros on top of what we would have earned in our stadium. And we can play in this wonderful arena. I need chocolate for this. That's it. That's it. We have the ball. Asafson. Wakeberg. This will be a long game. We will face 50 chances and concede like 5 goals. Not the first one though. Not the first one. Ah, was close. Yeah, will do. And really, I enjoy the money. Because afterwards we can look into the financial screen and be really impressed with it. Berg with the corner. Is it well defended? No. But Zetterberg got it. Zetterberg can make it to 8 point something rating today, if he wants to. Warwick, Ishak, nice ball. Hilberg, not taking the long pass at this point. Ekman does though, for Warwick. He's motivated all of a sudden. Assarsson, seriously? Seriously? What is happening? Well, this is 8 minutes and we got a goal. No. This is Football Manager's way to get the hopes up. Now I've got the hopes up and we will get trashed after all. But this is probably the best goal that Assarsson will ever score. By the way, he's a ball-winning midfielder. It's not like he's likely to score. Well done, Paipuga. All of a sudden he realizes how it works. You gotta defend. This is also the second suit, by the way. So, we forgot to rotate the keeper, but this is by no means the first team. Berg, Muteba. Baidu, Raphael all on his own. Easy to get for Zetterberg. And at this point, this is probably praiseworthy. So let's praise them. Yeah, it works. Free kick by Asarson. Well defended. And well intercepted. We got this. We got this. Let's just go on in the cup. Pouget, not offside. Didn't manage to get a cross in though. Heidenquist, Pedersen. Yeah, it's not an offside. They just overrun us. Yeah. There it is. Our defense didn't look good, well there. Yes. Well, we got the hopes up for a second, but that's it. You already hate him, right? This is a real player, by the way. This guy exists in real life. I'm really sorry for him. Not a bad one. Not a bad one. Well intercepted by Bergl. No. That's sad. Hendrickson, Colleen, Adamson, Raphael. Goes for the shot. That's well defended so far. Oh, seriously, don't be mean. He's a new arrival at the club. He's still adapting to circumstances half a year later. This happens. Hellberg. Hopeful efforts, but we have shots. That's well done. That's not so well done. Wiberg, Colleen, Raphael. Did you see that? That's unwillingness to defend at this point. Look at it. So that's a long ball. Not much happened so far. He gets it out on the wing, and now let's count the players that did not intercept it. 1, 2, 3. And look at how close they were. It goes past him. Okay, that can happen. Anderson is slow. Wickberg, though, he would need to stretch his foot a little bit. And for Hellström, he's well in position. It's not a problem. He just needs to close the loop. Here. Not. Is it loophole? Well, it's a loophole. Look at this. Wickberg doesn't manage to hit the ball whilst trying. I cannot believe it. And I think that's a bit unfair. I think there are streets there. So Making fun of it is certainly fun while it lasts, but at some point one of the officials might have a look at this stream, and then they will say, oh, they are mean. I mean, really, we're trying to do the best with the club, right? So in that sense, I actually think we're trying to shine a good light on the club. But go for it. You are very evil people. I like you both. Let's encourage them. Come on. It's just one goal. Also, Asafson will tell his children about this if he ever fosters any. He scored a goal against whatever the name of this club is. Helsingborgs IF. No, this is Helsingborgs is the name of the player. Whatever. Well deflected. Can Zetterberg get it? Yes, he can. Sorry for the sound. I still have this picture with the weird sound now for the water. So, do we stand a chance? Not really. Yes. Yes, overall I think so too. Well, there's always the odd viewer that wants me to go for a win in every game and promotion every single time. But I feel like this is a bit a stretch at this point. So we will still try. If we can hold on to this for, I don't know, another 30 minutes, we will try. Yes, we will try. We might even go with overload. Doesn't matter. Or Ishak might have another one of these runs all over the pitch. Puge, Ekman, can he spot a decent pass? Yeah, to a degree. But they will probably finish it up. Also, the shots faced are not that many. I would have expected much more chances to be given away. Baidu, Raphael again. I'm not called in. Oof. That was a decent shot. It's more of a habitual thing. I tried Indonesia once, and I think Australia, but so this is not so much about me being opposed to streaming somewhere, or playing somewhere else. It's that I'd like to start unemployed, and I like to well, I like to do lower league saves. Because this is some sort of a home bias to me. Also, there's the third goal, so yeah, the result is clear by now. But for example, me doing South America, in Indonesia is just look at the league setup. Just look at the rules there. Just look at the rules. Otherwise, it's very interesting, but the rules there are. I mean, United States are hard to comprehend. Indonesia is... I have no idea what's going on there. Seriously. But I tried. And in the end it's about winning games, right? So I tried. But I didn't do that save for very long, and this was off stream. Not with this iteration of Football Manager 2. They actually tried to score. I don't know. But there's rules there to include these players, and there's money to be had there too, I think. In game, yes, in game. I'm not sure. Welcome to the stream, Mr. PMD Adaptable. You're very welcome to ask questions and witness how HIF, whatever it is, I forgot the name, mop the floor with us. This is a cup game, and we will go, well, down the fourth. Yes, there it is. Let's give somebody else some playing experience. It's not about the result anymore. We can rotate heavily to get some match fitness going. So Skillermo can come on, probably as a striker though. We'll play Skillermo as a striker going forward. Is there somebody else who needs the match fitness? Sure. And well, you told me you want Alp on the pitch, so I adhere to these instructions. So given that Norway 11, Sweden 22 wanted Alp on the pitch because he's the leader of the squad. So let's do this, and Moreira da Silva can play too. Whatever, why not? And the other two we might even substitute a keeper. No, this is a huge game, but this is a huge game because we earn 30,000 euros for selling the home right. This is it. There's not a huge game about anything else. But we managed to get to go one goal in front, so there's that. And Anderson will cherish that goal forever. His grandchildren will hear about it. But yeah. I do not even think that we need to look into how we can improve this game or something. These players are better in everything than we are. Like, seriously everything. Every single attribute of theirs is better than the best ones of ours. Well, okay, we've got some guys with jumping reach 19, so that might not be entirely true, but you get the gist. We don't have to try to win this. This is what we expected to happen. Minus the goal by Asafson. So that's okay. Just give it your best, guys, and then we'll be fine. Well done by Skillermo. Intercepted the ball. Will this result in anything? Da Silva with a long ball for Warwick. Again with Rafael, who loses the ball. He's not at the top of his head right now. Asarson with a... Was this a cross? With a questionable decision, I'd say. And then we have some questionable performance here. But Hellberg's got it. Yeah, overall this could have gone better, but also much worse. And for obvious reasons I will not go into overload right now. Because, well... Zetterberg is still around apparently. Puget with a cross into nowhere. I think with one of the English clubs I managed in previous installments, there was a time when we faced Arsenal or something like that. And the stadium was sold out. It was like 10,000 people could fit in there. Usually it's like 200 people, and all of a sudden the stadium was sold out. That gave such a big push in the English in the English Cup, monetary wise, and I think we won that one back then. But it was I don't know, with an English club that's got an oak tree as a symbol, blue and black. There we go, there's the fifth. So at this point we can probably substitute a keeper. Doesn't matter, give Westberg some time on the pitch. Have fun, man. Söderberg probably had enough. Puge is really bad. Like, when we signed him, so we signed him from Norway, because he's Norwegian and French, and he was a free transfer. And he wanted to earn like 500 euros a week or something, or 300, from the start. All the time. He must have had an education at a big club somewhere, and he was unwilling to go down with the wage. Once he was willing to go down with the wage, we paid him the 6 euros a week that he earns now, or 15 or something, I don't know. No, we paid him 6 or 7, I think. And well done by Westberg. And well, then somebody came in half a year later and offered us 16k for him. So I was like, yes, let's sell him. Yay, money. That was when we already sold a lot of the other quality though. So I was willing to go for it immediately. Didn't matter though, the chairman decided that 16k was too much money, and wow, we got a finish. So he would have been sold, but apparently Puget was unable to agree to contract terms with the bigger club, and because his wage requirements were too high. Afterwards, we extended his contract, now he's paid 15 euros per week. Please don't ask me what's going on there. Apparently he loves our village. I don't know. But he doesn't love to perform on the pitch. At all. Now he's an 18-year-old. His personality might be really bad. We're in the balanced rapper. I don't know. We try to make a perfectionist out of him. Or something more professional anyway. It nearly got in. Yeah, maybe. I mean, we have some chances. They're trying. It's not like it's of any use, but yeah, it's just the quality that shows here. They took their chances, we didn't. That's it. But seriously, I think Puget can make it as a player for our level and also for the level above, just due to the age. But it's really hard to assess at this point how high his ability is and how high his potential really is. Because he doesn't bring it to the pitch. And this is more down to the personality, I feel, than to the skill. He lacks the personality to give it his all in every game. We've got the inverse too, not on the pitch right now, but it was on the pitch for the majority of the game with Anderson. Anderson is a perfectionist. And he's really bad skill-wise. And 27, he will not improve. But on the pitch, he's decent. Overall. I'm okay with it. So, that's it. They don't like it. Okay. So, yeah. Now we will probably have a talk with them on our hands later on, because the team talk was so bad. Well, anyway, this is what was supposed to happen, it happened, that's okay. Seriously, the other game that we won, this was really important. This one doesn't matter. I'm not disappointed. No, why? The supporters are far from happy. Okay. A dream run of 2 games, by the way. This is Football Manager stuff. Because he needed a match experience. How do I reflect on it? Well, not at all, really. There's not much to reflect on. The first team was lower league trash. I don't even remember the team anymore. Doesn't matter. And the second team was Premier Division. So, what's there to reflect? Okay, we got that. So, yeah, sure. We want to reach that level at some point, but probably not now. 25 points. So we need 10 points to avoid relegation. Next game is against Sollentuna, then there's Täby, which will be a hard encounter. Well, we lost against Sollentuna and we lost against Täby. So my team talk is already done. That's good. Let's just go with aggressive and revenge. Haninge? Where's Haninge? Did we ever play them? Probably yes. There. Against Haninge we won, apparently. I'm not sure how we did that. Örebro we got... that was a game that was entirely unfair, if I'm not mistaken. We lost that one, but we had a lot of chances. And Ytterhogdals, I think we won last time. Yeah, 5-0. You live in Haninge. Well, very welcome to the league then, IFK Haninge. But we will defeat you anyway. Sorry. Maybe. Probably not, but we'll try. Ytterhogdals, Basham, yeah, sure. Luleå, Dalkurd, and Smetby. So, well, we are rich now. Rich as fuck for our level, that's for sure. Let's have a look. Look at this. 86,000 euros in the bank. Don't tell me this has not been successful. Well, the chairman cannot retire on this, but don't tell me I don't know how to manage football clubs. Now I just need to do the rest of it. This is all about the money so far. Now we need to spend the money on something worthwhile. This is where it will probably show that I have no idea how to manage a football club, if you're not aware just yet. So in that case, let me have a look. I'll look into this. But they are, in your save, they are probably one league below, right? Are they... This is one of the clubs that went up, is it? Yeah, they went up. So, they are... Oh no, they went down and... Yeah, they went up... Well, they went down and then... What's this? Whatever. Let's look into the contracts. So, this is definitely more than 200 a week. But this is... For this league, this is average or low-level stuff. This is not a big club, yes. And financial-wise, is there... Where is it? They've got a synthetic pitch. Stadium condition is average. 3,000 capacity is higher, bigger than ours. And a whopping 46 season ticket holders, so yeah. If we compare this to Luleå with 145. Look at Motala. Look at that. This is a sleeping giant. Smetby is really small. Sollentuna is small. Täby is small apparently. I really fear facing Täby every single time. And then look at Umeå. Dalkurd is probably big too. Vasalunds is big. We are not. Dalkurd. 286 season ticket holders. That's a lot of people for our league. Look at Gefle. This. And we got defeated only by 1 goal. Now they will make it back up. They will be gone next season. But yeah. Hammarby, nobody cares about the B team apparently. Ytterhogdals, and Karlstad football. This certainly represents what I feel about them. Hunting is a small one though. Yeah, we're through. So yeah. This will be enough. So if we can never make it to 50 season ticket holders, yeah, we're in good company here in the league. But this also means that we need to defeat most of these clubs at some point. And given the monetary resources now, we might as well ask for something. We could buy the stadium. Because for now we pay rent for it. Don't know what a stadium costs though. But it's probably not worth it. Probably not worth it. Okay, next match is against Sollentuna. This is the important one. Let's get rid of the entire squad for a second. And this is an away game. So, what is Sollentuna? They are in the 10th spot right now. And they contain this guy. Yeah, welcome back. Take your time. That's, real life is more important than watching a stream, right? Because nobody forces you to not take phone calls. I got used to... apparently, watching streamers during work is a thing that people do. Especially in home office. But also, let me just say I remember the odd guy in my old company who did that. So, if you've got a job like that, congratulations. Seriously, congratulations. That's fine. So, whatever suits you, just don't get fired for it, please. Seriously. I'm happy to have you. But don't do something that is not good for you. Do what's good for you. Anyway, Patrick Brent Erlandsson. Same here. Same here. I could show you, but it's a... I've got 2 box standard AOC displays. And thank you, Mika Billion. Thank you very much. This is what I wanted to have on in the annals of the internet for entirety. So yeah. I have 3 screens here, and at work. Well, back when I worked as a software developer, usually on all 3 screens was work. So whilst I get the idea, I usually have all 3 screens full of work. But that's due to the fact that I'm more I'm the one to have the Excel sheets and that stuff, and the I don't know, if you're in software development, there's like the development environment, then there's a second window out drawn out of the development, or dragged out of the development environment, where you've got some code to compare or something like this, and then there's a browser with GitLab and something, and all of a sudden all 3 screens are full, and you still have chat to fit somewhere. So there's actually use in having 3 screens, seriously, because nothing's more annoying than tabbing all the time. Or, I don't know, windows that have half a screen of size. That's also annoying. And you need a browser, apparently, right? Yeah, I get that. We'll see how it goes for my next job. I might be forced to work with 2 screens there, or even on 1 screen working remotely. I'm not sure yet. I will see. I'll tell you. You'll hear it from me first. So yeah. And I will probably complain about it, but on the other hand, if circumstances are as they are, well, it's their decision, not mine. So I'll do the best at home. And if they want to tie my hands behind my back as a product owner / project manager, okay, that's how it is. What can I do? I mean, you can certainly criticize it, but sometimes, yeah. No, not in that sense. There's a way of complaining that is this is inefficient. I would be better off if this or that would be available. If this isn't, I cannot work at maximum capacity. This is a waste of money. And this chain of argument usually works without you being the guy that how do I put it? It's not so negative as complaining. But then again, I'm prone to doing this kind of stuff, and people just hear he's complaining anyway, because they don't realize that it's about facts. It's no matter if it's positive or negative. To me, it's usually about the facts. But people will hear me complaining all the time. So that's probably my personal weakness. Where were we? Some social incapability. What was it? How did we phrase it? Anyway, yeah, that's probably mine. I complain too much about everything. They never did the job. How should they? I'm not interested in that guy. Can we sell him? Why did we sign him? Our youth is really crap. Okay, but now... So, here's the thing. We have some problems all over the place in this club. And now we have 80k in the bank. So, there's two scenarios here, roughly speaking. Scenario 1, we get fired. Doesn't matter. If we get fired, we might have taken some of the money anyway. Doesn't matter. But I don't think this is viable going forward. Hopefully we will win some games and hold the league, and then we will have another contract probably. And have another year. And then we will need to improve anyway. Scenario 2. We retain the position, but we also retain the problem with the money. And the problem with having money is that in Football Manager the chairman wants you to achieve a... yeah, that might happen too. But nice one. No, but the thing is, if we do not spend the money to some degree for anything, the only thing that will happen is that it will raise expectations, because they expect us to spend that money on players. So rather than being forced to spend it on players that might make it or might be worth it or not, it's usually better to spend that money on something that improves over the club overall. This is my take on this. So the next pre-season is a quarter of a year off, or maybe half a year, until next expectations are dropping in. So in Football Manager terms, I want to get rid of that money, but along the way I want to spend it on something that's worthwhile. And given our recent additions to the staff and so on, this is probably where we could have a look. We could pay some decent wages for players and staff going forward with that amount of money. So let's say I'm willing to spend 40k. What's our budget? Now we're gonna nerd out on this, okay? Stick with me, and if you can't abide it anymore, well, okay, tell me. So we don't know if next season we have another cup match like this. But what we can say is that if we have 80k in the bank, they will want us to go for promotion. And we might as well prepare for that going forward. Or for a better result anyway, right? Where will we end the season? Probably along the lines of 40k to 60k, which is really good, but not enough to buy a new training facilities. Training facilities are 160, if I'm not mistaken. From poor to whatever is above poor. Probably tolerable. So we also have some clauses, some money coming in. Where is it? We've got 30k coming in throughout the next years due to clauses. So we will not bleed that much money going forward. There's some sort of buffer there. Can we use the money in a reasonable fashion, in small amounts, let's say, to improve what we have right now? What's the worst thing in this club right now? So there's empty spots. There's obviously a lack of player quality. There's horrible youth recruitment. You haven't been around. We don't get loan players because they don't want to go to a village. So, and free transfers we already do. So this is not how do I put it? This is correct advice, but this is box standard for us. And also, in case you are not aware, nobody comes to Ytterhogdal to play for a friendly, and if we play friendlies, we lose money. There's nobody watching it. So we don't even earn money on the stadium fries. Okay? Ytterhogdal. Ytterhogdal. As I recently learned, apparently this counts as northern Sweden, but it's in the middle of nowhere. 250-person village. Trying to sign English players because there's nobody born there that wants to play football. That's the overall assessment. And we are one league above what we would be encountered for under normal circumstances, and in the league below we were already thought to be relegation candidates. So we are well out of place here throughout the entire save. That's it for you. The farmers? The answer to this is the farmers. We've been over this. Just go to YouTube and look at some of the other streams. I already went over this stream. So the short story is the farmers finance it, and this is also represented, by the way, in Football Manager. On the income side, you can see that over the season there's a lot of income due to fundraising. This fundraising is entirely unreliable, but it's on a very high level. And this fundraising is the local population supporting the club, I think. That's it. So, but we can compare this too. So we expect another 20k in fundraising, maybe. We don't know. They might do, they might not. The gate receipts are through the roof this season. We were really lucky with being matched with a Premier Division club. Sponsorship income is exactly identical. Other income is better this season. Why is that? I don't know. But sometimes weird things happen to other. And apparently this month we got 16k in other income too. That's probably the home fee. We got paid to give the home advantage to the other team. So there's that. Grants. Well, I cannot do anything about grants, and really I don't know where they come from. So yeah, they moved on up a little bit, but doesn't matter. Matchday income, I wouldn't call that reliable, right? We'll have another 2k maybe in sausages sold, but that's it. Players sold, this is huge. This is our performance. This is what we did. So in that sense, this is great. 12k this season, 5k last season, and we realized that another 10k will come in every odd season now. So this is not down to us selling and other players. This is just due to the clauses. We sold with repeated payments. So to grow more slowly and steadily. So this is my fault. Season tickets. Yeah, well, to be frank, that doesn't matter. I'm glad that they come in, but seriously, it doesn't matter. There's no income to be had here, nothing worthwhile, and look at that merchandising increase. That's me on my own ordering a kit. This increase in merchandising, probably. So there's that. Then we've got interest. All of a sudden, we earn interest. Just like in real life. All of a sudden there's positive interest rates, which means that inflation is higher. But anyway, we've got positive interest rates. My bank recently reminded me that now the Tagesgeld, what's it called in English? Cash deposit. The cash deposit now earns 1%, a whopping whole percent in interest going forward. Given that we're sitting at 8% inflation or something, I think 1% is rather... It's an insult, seriously. But this is how banks work. It's never been any other way. TV revenue and all that stuff, nothing. Right? There's nothing here. Expenditure-wise, this looks more or less stable. I want to look specifically into scouting though. Yeah, that's a problem. So, scouting is bleeding us dry. Overall. And this is not due to the fact that we have the big scouting package going. This is the scout moving all over Sweden. This is travel costs and so on for the scout, but I think the travel costs for the scout are within scouting, and you know, the hotel and stuff. He probably sits in his tractor and moves throughout Sweden. I don't know. Given this amount of money, it would certainly explain the fuel costs. Let me put it that way. But yeah, this is we realized that like 20 or 30 sessions ago that scouting costs us really much money, and the season it's at 4K, but we spent 2.5K this month for it. This is why we don't have scouting assignments and why we don't have people on the short list to run that stuff through. It costs too much money. We cannot afford it. So if we can make it without scouting or with really basic scouting, that's it. There's another problem with scouting, and I'm gonna resolve this immediately now. I've had enough of this. So maybe one of you is aware, and you can have a look at it. We've got one scout here. He's got knowledge. He's crap. Or well, he's decent for us, really. Eric Nieberg. For us, this is a lot of money, but on the other hand, I'm willing to re-sign him on that money under the current financial circumstances, right? This is he might be decent. He's already only 31. He might improve a little bit, and he's got some knowledge all over the place. I think the Faroe Islands and Iceland are not common, so this is added bonus, if I'm not mistaken. But he's okay. Him moving around, not a big problem. At least we know what we spend the money for. And then we signed another scout, and I've already been there this session. He doesn't have scouting knowledge, so I thought he might as well get it. Yeah, he'll get it soon enough. He's 53. Doesn't matter, he's got good attributes, he will get the scouting knowledge. He didn't file a single scouting report so far. Seriously. He didn't file a single scouting report other than the initial recommendations. These are the initial recommendations he had. There is no other report, even though we sent him out on scouting, and he obviously wastes money. And he's been with the club for half a year now. Okay, I lied. But anyway, we included him. He's got good adaptability, but he has no scouting knowledge whatsoever. And all of a sudden, I think we cannot employ a scout that has no knowledge at all, because he will not field reports, apparently. And so this is, in a way, I consider this a bug. I don't know what to do about this, but the money is already spent. So either we can retain him and have a scout that does nothing, or we can go for mutual termination and give somebody else a place on this spot. But I will not do this again. I'd rather have a crappy scout with 1-1 here that does anything than somebody without knowledge. I thought we could make it work. I was wrong. Also, I don't know. I don't know what happened to this guy. It looks like this is some sort of he looks like he spawned in the middle of 2026. Not a former player either. I have no idea where he comes from. And this is really annoying to me because we spend a lot of money on him. We thought, well, 45 per week is great for this sample of attributes. This is a good scout. Well, it isn't. He's got no knowledge. So in case that ever happens to you, don't sign that guy. That's all I learned from this. And I've never encountered this throughout my entire careers in Football Manager. So yeah, let me know what you think of it. Seriously, I would be willing to have some input here. Do we want to sit this through and retain this guy for the next 2 years? Or, well, do we want to get rid of him, sign another scout that's crap, and really at least have somebody in that can do something? And maybe spend some minor money on scouting from time to time. Do you have an opinion on that? Let's look for other personnel first. So this is too expensive. We'll get rid of it immediately. The shortlist contains a player from Norway, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the shortlist contains a lot of players that nobody's interested in signing. So Georgi I will retain. He's on the shortlist. He's 1 division below. And I need this to be up to date. So we need a scout to go there from time to time. Bendrick. Still think this is a decent signing. But he's still too expensive, even for our current level of money. I really want to sign this guy, and he should be close. So that's okay, but he will not sign for us. Not anytime soon. Oliver Swan is a league below. I think we can probably re-sign him at some point. And Isaac Holmström is entirely outlandish. That will not happen. Also, I will not forget him anyway. So it doesn't matter. None of these is interested in transfer or loan. But that should reduce scouting costs. So no opinions on the scout, so I will do what I think is best at this point. I will get rid of him. So that costs us 1,000 euros. Fuck this. Now he's gone, and we need another scout. But at least we can have somebody in the club that actually is worthwhile. And the same goes for the other personnel. We would need to go through this anyway. So let's do this. But so I'm conflicted now. I should eat something at some point. On the other hand, I'm really yeah, probably it feels like a bit on fire. So I think I need to cook though. So I'll go for a 5-minute break, have some inspiration in the kitchen, come back and either do another hour or finish the stream and come back later. Well, I had chocolate, but this will not sustain me for the remainder of the day. Really, cooking to me is like throwing. Is it ground beef? I don't know. That you throw something in a pan and I realized thanks. But and some vegetables in there. So yeah, that's my cooking. No, seriously though.
Thanks for the follow.
I want to go on with the save. So and I want to go on with it today, but I need some food. So given that this goes to YouTube too, and I don't want to retain you for half an hour in a save that well doesn't show anything. Let's do the following. I'll finish the stream now, do some cooking, come back at let's say 15 p.m. It's not 15 p.m. It's 3 p.m. So in an hour. At my time now, it's 10 minutes until 2 o'clock. 2 p.m. that is. I'm GMT +1. So I'll be back in an hour, maybe earlier, and I would be very happy to welcome you back because I really enjoy your company. And I feel like we're going somewhere at this point. We can actually plan for something, and I'm really excited to do that on stream with you. So I'd be happy to have you back. That would be fantastic. And thank you very much for the follow. And I hope you have a good time, and we have a good time together. Okay, go eat. There's the command. Thank you, Mikabillion. I needed an adult here. At 37, who can be responsible with that kind of stuff, right? Just, who cares? I will also, well, there's no sun outside, but I will go outside. Untypical for computer scientists. Cool. So we will see each other in an hour. Latest. I'll cook. I'll come back. I'll continue the stream. You will be notified. And we will give the session another name. Any recommendations? See you. On the other side. Later. And thanks very much for watching.